Ladies and gentlemen, good warm welcome to SIAL 2024. But maybe more importantly, but right here at SIAL Pitch, it's all about big ideas. It's all about curiosity. If you're here for curiosity, if you're here for something different, if you want to explore some of the biggest or the ideas that are evolving and unfolding within this industry, you're in the right place. So whatever you're doing right now, you're walking past, not sure where to go. That's right, you've got your coffees, you want a seat, you want to get comfy like these two ladies here. That's exactly the right thing you should be doing. Come and join us, because here at SIAL Startup, at SIAL Pitch, as I say, it's all about big ideas, all about innovation, all about debate, discussion, exploring ideas within this industry. And we're doing this not just today, but we do this throughout the 5-day week we have here in Paris. So I'm intrigued as much as you are, really, to see and hear how this is all going to unfold. Again, a warm welcome to you here at that physically here right in front of me, but also those of you that are joining us live wherever you are in the world, on YouTube and YouTube world, LinkedIn world, wherever you are, whatever time of day it is, morning, noon or night, whatever it is. Welcome to our small but intimate part of SIAL 2024. Right, let's get cracking with our first session. So, La food tech ecosystem. How does it work? How does it work? How do really the startups within that ecosystem move forward? And more importantly, for those that are listening, how potentially you can actually become part of it as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite first of all our panelists and our moderator to share with us all about how that unfolds, and to do that right now. So first of all, please welcome to the stage President of Cocont, Louis Fanguet. Take a seat, Louis. Also with Louis, CEO of C&A DAC, Elise Borsier. Elise, please join us. And the moderator who's going to shape this session moving forward right now, Communications Manager at Vitagora, Marthe Jewell. There we are.
All right, well, thank you very much. Welcome to this first session of SIAL Talks. We're delighted to be here. I am Marthe Jewell, Communications Manager for Vitagora, which is a competitive innovation cluster based in the city of Dijon, with activities throughout France and the world. And the topic we're going to be looking at today is food tech, the strengths and weak signals to cultivate a strong ecosystem. Because it has been a little over a decade now that food tech has been recognized as almost an industry sector in its own right. And we have seen an amazing growth in food tech, with investments doubling in the space of 6 years. Of course, it's starting to become a bit more difficult to get investments these days. But of course, investment is not the only topic of interest in creating a strong ecosystem to really support the development of innovative food startups. There are a lot more different elements that come into building a resilient and competitive ecosystem. So our goal today with my two guests is to talk about what are these different components that startups will need to create a healthy ecosystem, and to really make sure that the innovations emerging from innovative startups are going to find their markets and turn into real-world great ideas. So I'm joined today by Louis Fanguet and Elise Borsier. So first of all, I will invite them to introduce themselves. Louis, can you start?
Hello, everyone. I apologize in advance because my English isn't very good. Today I'm going to speak in French, and will I say will be translated by Marthe.
Yes.
Donc, excusez-moi, il y en a beaucoup qui parlent pas le français. Enfin, du coup, c'est bon? It's good for you? Okay.
Yeah.
Donc moi, j'ai effectivement créé Cocon en mars 2023. Donc c'est une jeune société, mais ça fait longtemps que je suis dans le domaine de la food tech. Parce qu'avant, j'avais créé une société qui s'appelait Solène, S-O-L-I-N-E, parce qu'à chaque fois, on l'écrit mal. Et j'avais développé plein de types d'alternatives différentes à la viande, avec une particularité, c'est qu'il y avait de l'algue de Bretagne à l'intérieur, comme par exemple des galettes végétales. Et j'avais commencé à distribuer ces produits sur le marché de la restauration à domicile, les écoles, les restaurants.
I'll just do a quick translation. Je
Ah, ok,
vais juste
ok,
faire
ok,
la traduction rapide et puis je laisse enchaîner. So Louis is on to has founded his second startup in the area of plant-based alternatives, in particular using seaweed from the Brittany region. There we go. And he started his activity with distributing the products through
Restaurants.
Restaurants and food service, yeah.
Et donc ça a commencé à bien marcher, mais on vendait en direct en fait à chaque restaurant. Et donc c'est très très chronophage parce qu'au niveau logistique c'est très compliqué. Et donc je me suis dit bon, ça serait peut-être bien d'aller voir les grossistes qui eux derrière vont pouvoir redistribuer à chaque restaurant.
Sure. So, although initially starting on a one-to-one basis with selling to restaurants, he moved on to selling through wholesale.
Et alors, le problème, c'est que ces grossistes étaient pour justement distribuer mes produits, mais ils m'ont dit par contre, si t'es pas capable de faire 400 kilos minimum par semaine, ça sert à rien. Alors moi, je produisais avec un traiteur, on faisait 50 kilos maximum par semaine et c'était déjà très très bien.
So the biggest problem to start with was the volumes that were required to be produced, because he wasn't quite at the scale that was needed to get access to these wholesale markets.
Et donc je me suis dit très bien, il faut réussir à industrialiser. Donc je suis allé voir des consultants, ça m'a coûté très cher, mais je ne suis pas allé voir CEDAC, c'est peut-être pour ça. On a retravaillé sur les process de fabrication. Ils m'ont fait des belles fiches de spécification produit, donc en fait c'est tout le détail de la recette pour passer à l'échelle industrielle. Et une fois que ça c'était fini, j'aurais dit ok, mais maintenant je produis où? Et là, bah, c'était notre prestation. Donc en fait, ça, les fonds propres de la trésorerie de l'entreprise a très grandement diminué au point de mettre en péril la société.
He decided to move into industrial production and worked through creating the necessary technical specifications to produce it. However, the next step was finding someone who could produce the mixes. Is that right? Le problématique, c'était de trouver quelqu'un capable de faire le mix.
Exactement.
Yeah.
Un manufacturer.
The manufacturer, yeah.
Et donc, en fait, je me suis dit, mais comment ils font les autres pour pouvoir industrialiser leurs produits? Il y a la plupart de ces entreprises qui vont aux Pays-Bas, en Espagne, ou alors qui réussissent à trouver en France, parce qu'il y en a en France, mais ils sont perçus comme des concurrents. Et donc, ces industriels mettent des prix quand même assez élevés pour être sûrs, eux, de délivrer leurs produits à des prix plus compétitifs et en même temps pouvoir faire rentrer du client pour rentabiliser leur outil de production. Mais là, ce modèle, il ne tient pas.
So the problem was finding a manufacturer who needs to produce at a very cost-effective level,
Yes.
and also can consider their clients as competition.
Bon, je vais essayer d'accélérer, sinon on y
Yeah.
passe la vie. Et donc, c'est pour ça que Cocon est né. L'objectif de Cocon, c'est vraiment d'accompagner l'entreprise, peu importe la taille, qui souhaite lancer un nouveau produit sur le marché, la phase de développement jusqu'à la phase industrielle, avec plusieurs compétences métiers à disposition. Maintenant, on est 12 actionnaires sous Cocon. On propose donc la phase de développement, mais qui est des fois sous-traitée à des sociétés comme la société de Élise Boursier qui va la présenter. Et derrière, on a cette capacité à faire de la production en petit volume pour que nos clients aillent tester le marché rapidement, parce que c'est bien beau de développer des nouveaux produits, mais déjà, il faut que le client il accepte ces différentes innovations, donc c'est bien de pouvoir les tester en petit volume. Et derrière, on est en capacité, nous, de proposer des solutions d'industrialisation pour faire plus de volume, parce que voilà, il faut aussi permettre à nos clients d'avoir des prix plus compétitifs, parce qu'en agroalimentaire, malheureusement, il n'y a pas beaucoup de marge, donc c'est toujours bien de pouvoir gagner sur les volumes.
So this is what gave birth to his current company, Coco & Tea, which is about helping young companies to industrialize, first of all, get small volumes onto the market, and if necessary, move to larger volumes, and also through the formulation stage.
Yes.
Does that sound right? Yeah.
Et je finirai après, je vais donner la main, parce que là déjà...
Great, thank you very much, Louis. So we'll just move on to Elise. Elise, can you tell us a little bit about yourself and your company?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Does it work?
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Elise Boursier. I'm the CEO of the startup SEDAC. We help food industry to develop new food products. So we help them to formulate new products and to scale up to the industrial scale. We work for a different kind of food industry, drinks, plant-based products, meat products. It's very large, baby food also. And we have a second activity we just developed from a few months, which are ingredients for plant-based products. So we developed fermented faba bean products for food industry.
Great, thank you very much. And another activity that you have as well is that you are president of the Association Food Tech Contest. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, I'm also the president of Food Tech Contest, which is a local association of startups. We are around about 40 startups from Grand Est, so the region Grand Est. We have activities in the agri-food ecosystem, and we organize different kind of events for startups. We are present on shows. We organize webinars, things like that. The aim of the association is to help startups in their growth.
Right. So this is interesting. We've got at the panel two startup founders who can talk about their experience of founding a company and the different elements that they needed to help boost their activity. And of course, Elise also has this experience, this view as the president of an association which specifically has been founded to provide startups with the strong ecosystem that they need. So maybe just before we move on to what are the components of a strong ecosystem, let's just talk about this word food tech that we use a lot. Elise, what is food tech?
In my opinion, food tech is an ecosystem, and it's an ecosystem for all the organizations innovative in the agri-food sector. So in this food tech ecosystem, we have, of course, startups, but also strict organization to help startups, such as incubators, investors, food companies. It's a very large ecosystem to help the growth of very innovative projects.
Exactly. And of course, the types of activities that we can find in food tech startups go right from the field, ag-tech, applications for agriculture, through to food and applications for consumers.
Yeah, it's very large. In the food tech ecosystem, also, we don't just have food, we have all the agriculture ecosystem. We have startups which helps producers in the crops, etc. We have, of course, transformation of food products,
Food
but
technology,
not technology, manufacturing, but not just for food, but also for feed. And we have all the solutions for the distribution, the retail of products.
Right, and through to consumer applications, delivery, and so forth. Yeah. Okay, so we've managed to define what food tech is and what a food tech ecosystem is. I'm just going to ask you now about your personal experience as a startup founder. What were the elements that were, for you, essential to helping your development? So maybe we could start with you, Louis.
Alors un des éléments les plus importants pour nous, ça a été le financement. C'est de plus en plus dur de financer, mais quand on dit que vous montez un site industriel, c'est dur de le faire sur des fonds propres. Donc il faut aller chercher des investisseurs pour ça.
So of course investors, absolutely essential.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Et donc, au-delà en fait des financements qui sont injectés dans l'entreprise, c'est une crédibilité. Le fait qu'il y ait des investisseurs qui viennent, qui mettent un ticket dans l'entreprise, ça crédibilise. Derrière, ça augmente les fonds propres et on sait que quand on va chercher des aides, c'est en général 1 euro de fonds propres pour 1 euro de subvention. Donc comme ça nous permet de faire effet de levier auprès de ces différentes aides. Et puis derrière, bien évidemment, les partenaires bancaires qui, elles aussi, se basent sur la crédibilité de l'entreprise, les fonds disponibles. Voilà, donc c'est vrai que c'est un des éléments pour moi les plus importants.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, have either of you had difficulty getting access to investors for scaling up your companies?
Actually, when you, of course, a startup need money. It's it's obvious, but with the investors, you need to meet the investors at the good moment for the startup, but also for the project. You need to have a product. If we talk about product,
Proof of concept?
yeah,
Or,
not just a proof of concept. You
That's a
have to,
prototype
yes,
or-
you
yeah.
need to have a market. You have a buyer, a consumer. So you need to have an advanced project to convince the investors.
Right. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Et en plus, tu parlais d'écosystème tout à l'heure, et je pense que dans cet écosystème, il y a aussi le consommateur final qu'il faut intégrer dans cet écosystème, parce que c'est toujours bien d'avoir son retour pour essayer d'aller plus loin.
I'm sorry, I was just distracted for a second. Could you say that again?
Je disais qu'en
Try
gros,
it in English.
No. French is fine.
I can try. The consumer is very important for the food tech ecosystem because each innovations can be tested before the
Exactly.
sur le marché.
Actually, if
Before market launch. Yeah.
you can have the best innovation, but if you don't have the consumer to buy this innovation, it's not useful.
Okay, so that means in order to be an attractive proposition for investors, understanding your markets is an essential stage to reach in order to have an attractive project.
Et c'est toujours le concept de l'œuf ou de la poule. C'est voilà, parce que nous, il nous fallait des financements pour avoir des clients, mais en même temps, pour les financeurs, il fallait avoir des clients pour avoir les financements. Donc c'est toujours pareil.
Chicken or the egg, which comes first, clients or funding, right, or investment. Louis, I know that you told me before that you, in the early stages of your company's development, you were supported by incubators. And of course, incubators and acceleration programs, accelerators are important elements of a healthy food tech ecosystem. So can you tell us about your experience?
Alors, moi déjà, j'étais basé, et on est basé en Auvergne, et je me suis dit que ça pourrait être bien d'aller voir ailleurs ce qui se faisait et de tester l'écosystème lyonnais et parisien. Donc nous, on était dans 2 incubateurs à Paris. Et on était aussi en relation justement avec la food tech à Lyon, donc ça a permis de nous ouvrir et surtout de me rendre compte qu'il y avait vraiment des grosses différences en fait entre chaque région. En Auvergne, on donne un contact quand on nous a donné quelque chose ou alors qu'on a montré qu'on avait assez de crédibilité pour mériter le contact. Alors qu'à Paris, on donne directement les contacts, donc on grossit plus vite, mais il y a aussi ce concept de grow fast, fail fast. Alors qu'en Auvergne, on a plutôt tendance à avoir je pense une meilleure longévité, mais ça nous prend beaucoup plus de temps.
Right, so Louis has the interesting experience of having tested 2 startup ecosystems in Lyon and in Paris. And the advantage of Paris is that it tends to give you the tools to grow fast. However, in Rhône-Alpes, in the Lyon region, perhaps growth is a little more slow, but it tends to be more steady and sustainable. So perhaps the longevity of the startup is better. What about you, Elise? Do you have experience of incubators or acceleration programs?
Yeah. So I was helped by an incubator to create CEDAC. So actually, I think that the ecosystem is growing with the startup when the startup grows too. So I was helped by an incubator for the creation, and then after that I was helped by an accelerator, Toaster Lab, in another region because CEDAC is based in Grand Est. So the incubator was in the region Grand Est, and after that the accelerator was in another region, but it was more national to help the growth at the national scale of CEDAC. And we need to find the good partners and the good ecosystem at the good moment, actually, for the startup.
So that means both of you have had the experience of navigating between different regional ecosystems in France as your growth, as your startup grew and your needs changed. You're based in Brittany, is that right? En Bretagne? No, sorry, Auvergne, sorry, Rhône-Alpes. I got confused about the seaweed. And of course, you're based in the Grand Est region. You've both made the decision to pursue your development outside of Paris, which is the major funding investment capital. What led you to choose these two ecosystems?
Yeah, so we choose Grand Est because actually we have a very strong food tech ecosystem with very important partners. We have incubators, we have universities, so we have research partnerships. We also have a lot of local food companies, which were our first clients. So we started in this region, and we have a very good support also with the Grand Est region. Mm-hmm. So that's why we stay in Grand Est. And of course, now we are developing the activity in France and at the international too.
Okay, that's interesting. And Louis, what made you choose to develop your business in Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes?
Alors moi, c'est pour le côté personnel et professionnel. Déjà, quand je prends le RER pour venir ici, je suis comme ça tellement il y a du monde. Donc c'est vrai que ça a penché dans la balance parce qu'à Clermont-Ferrand, on est quand même un peu plus tranquille. Et en même temps, c'est dynamique. On reste dans la première région industrielle de France. Donc voilà, on a accès nous aussi à un écosystème qui est quand même très dynamique.
Right, and something that I noticed both of you said is the access to partners and clients. So the need to have a strong industrial base of food manufacturers that you can be in contact with, and also the access to support partners and research, innovation and research capabilities. Is that right? What are the research capabilities in your ecosystem that were an incentive for you to stay?
Nous, en plus, on a développé une technologie dans le domaine de la fermentation solide. En fait, on est aujourd'hui la seule entreprise en Europe capable de faire fermenter n'importe quelle céréale et légumineuse, comme aujourd'hui on le sait le faire sur du soja, par exemple, pour faire du tofu. Et donc, il a bien fallu effectivement s'allier à des partenaires publics et des partenaires privés, tant sur le côté recherche, tests consommateurs, etc. Donc pour ce concept, pour la technologie de fermentation solide, on a travaillé avec l'INRA, avec l'Université Clermont-Auvergne, avec l'unité mixte de recherche sur le fromage, avec aussi des sociétés qui ont cette capacité, avec Nutrifis aussi, qui est une société spécialisée en nutrition santé. Donc voilà, on a réussi en fait à s'entourer de toutes les compétences qui nous manquaient pour pouvoir industrialiser cette nouvelle technologie. Et puis ça, c'est un concept qui m'a été, on va dire, je me suis inspiré du concept un peu israélien, parce que quand je suis allé là-bas, alors heureusement c'était il y a déjà quelques années, ça m'a permis de voir que sur un même lieu, ils avaient réussi à allier recherche fondamentale, recherche impliquée et industrie. Tout ça pour accélérer en fait le passage à l'innovation, enfin le passage à l'échelle des différentes innovations, et j'avais trouvé ça vraiment super intéressant. Et donc c'est pour ça qu'au final le concept cocon c'est un petit peu ça, c'est avoir un écosystème avec des compétences métiers à chaque étape en fait du développement et de l'industrialisation de produits.
Right, so there was a strong capabilities in fermentation, in particular solid state fermentation in your hometown of Clermont-Ferrand, which allowed you to work with INRAE, which is France's national agronomic research organization, the university, and also the fact that there was this strong partnership between the industry and the research side, which is the model that you identified in Israel, which is true. They are particularly strong in generating and helping innovations to emerge through the strong partnerships between public and private sector. That's a very interesting question, is the need for strong public-private interactions and to allow, for example, innovative startups to access the research capabilities in public research laboratories. And to help them through their R&D, research and development problematics. We've just got a few minutes left, so can you tell me, through the history of your development, what were some things that you identified which were perhaps lacking, that we could now perhaps send out a call, French or outside of France, through tech innovations? You need this. Did you find everything you needed?
Alors
when
moi,
you needed it?
disons que j'ai plutôt tendance à voir les opportunités que ce qui manque. Donc c'est vrai que c'est plus simple de trouver des opportunités. Mais je pense qu'on va manquer de plus en plus de fonds. Surtout avec tout ce qui compte enlever, le GEI, donc tous les avantages fiscaux à l'investissement dans les sociétés qui permettaient jusqu'à aujourd'hui de financer quand même des entreprises en early stage et qui permettaient de faire grossir un peu plus rapidement. Donc ça, je pense que ça va manquer dans les années à venir. Et puis aussi un meilleur accompagnement sur la recherche de fonds publics, fonds régionaux, nationaux, européens. Moi, les dossiers les plus durs que j'ai eu à traiter, c'était les dossiers européens, mais c'est une catastrophe, ça m'a pris un temps fou alors que c'est pas mon métier. Donc c'est vrai que ça aurait été bien de plus se faire accompagner. Je sais que les pôles de compétitivité essayent un peu de le faire, mais sauf que voilà, pour moi c'est insuffisant pour aider l'entreprise, soulager l'entreprise dans la recherche de fonds publics.
Right, so we need more public funding and also better coordination to help startups identify the right funding tool in the jungle of different options which are available.
In my case, I think what the lack was on the help to business development, because I'm from a formation of a technical formation. I'm an engineer in research and development. I created the company now 7 years ago. And so I knew what I wanted to do on the technical aspect. But actually all the business development of the company, the strategy I had to develop, I knew it, but I had no experience to do it. So that's what I needed more to be helped.
Right. So in particular, the case of startups which are, for example, spin-offs from
Yes.
research activities, training, providing the training, we'll call it
And
that, to help
Yes.
people with technical backgrounds acquire the skills to be business leaders. Yeah.
Because for me, even if we are startups, the business is the core of the business.
Right. Okay, well, we just have a few seconds left. So thank you very much, Elise and Louis, for your contributions. If you have any last words you would like to say to the audience, to encourage startup founders to follow their dreams, to share their vision with the world?
Yeah, sure. Of course, startups is a very good experience. You never know what will happen tomorrow or next year, but it's very, very nice. It's very dynamic. The food tech ecosystem is very dynamic in France. So, yeah, we just do it.
Just do it, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Louis and Elise. Thank you very much to everyone listening, both in the room and on the waves, on the web. I'll say goodbye now. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hands together for Martha, Elise, and Louis. Thank you so much. You may now leave the stage and we'll crack on with our next session right now. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Right, just to let you know as well, this is the SIAL pitch, part of SIAL Startups 2024, all about big ideas, all about innovation. As you can see around us right now, all of these booths you can see with the wooden booths essentially are all startups with their big ideas, shaking up the food industry in many different ways indeed. And again, just walking around already, probably you have a feeling of a flavor of some of the intriguing ideas that are shaping this industry moving forward. So I suggest again, they're all here exactly what you're here for: conversations, right? Conversations that you can take forward, and maybe they can blossom into something new into the future as well, right? And again, just to let you know, this will be, although partly that was in French, it is actually all in English. So this will be all in English today and our other 4 days of the week as well. So again, a warm welcome to you, and naturally everybody who's joining us right now, wherever you are in the world, YouTube world, LinkedIn world, whatever world you're in, actually, welcome, because again, this here is all about discussion, debate, ideas, conversations, really to help us clearly make sense of really where we are with these big ideas shaking up the industry, but also, more importantly, maybe help you make better decisions moving forward as well. So what we're going to do right now, we are going to go straight into our SIAL pitch. So essentially we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the exhibitors of the startups that you can see around us. Every day we'll be doing about 4 different sessions, giving these startups a chance to showcase their big ideas in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. 1 minute and 30 seconds to share your big idea. Not easy at all, but they're going to do it. We're going to see how well they do as well. And also at the end of this, it gives you a chance. You'll see on the screen a QR code. You can give your feedback on exactly how you feel about what you've just seen. If you completely didn't like it, you can put down your feedback. If you really did like it, you can put down your feedback as well. So again, we need your feedback, they need your feedback as well, helping them move forward with that. Are we ready for the first pitches? Yes, we are. Right, ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our first pitch right now. Remember, it's only 1 minute and 30. 1 minute 30, that's it, no less, well, maybe less, but certainly no more. Please welcome to the stage, Versatile Properties Management.
Hello, I'm Sorin Butnariu. I'm the owner and manager of Versatile Properties Management. I don't think it's my presentation. We have created a sauce, a plant-based, 100% natural, vegan certified. Horseradish is the main ingredient. You can taste it, it's there. If you are eager to see it, I put some samples. This sauce we try to solve a problem that is with a lot of conservative, with preservatives, with colorants, with artificial flavors. We have none of this. Our sauce is 100% natural and is made to last 30 to 60 days. So, in order to solve this problem, to have a sauce that can be distributed for a long period of time, we have started a network of franchise, a system of master franchise, which will coordinate one country, and a little franchise. So our slogan is from us to you in one day. After the moment that the master franchise start to open the network and build it, it will be extremely easy to develop this network, to develop that sauce, because you can place an order on a phone and you can have your sauce delivered to let's say a machine, a delivery machine, like in all the malls, in shops. We can put thousands, we can put hundreds of thousands of such units, and we can put the sauce. You don't have to pay it. You pay it by net and just go and pick it up in the evening when you go home, or if you are there. The master franchise will recover his money in about 3 years maximum, because outside the taxes that he will take from the franchisees, he will sell the entire necessities, labels, caps, all the materials to provide the network with what it is necessary. Okay, that's me.
Thank you so much. Right, this is the point right now.
Yeah, but I wanted to take to the next slide. Okay, thank you.
Green.
Okay, as you can see, we have here, okay, no, it's nothing. And acronyms that show exactly what our sauce means. And that is the slogan, which is very simple and made people to understand that they will always get the sauce fresh. We don't want to have any kind of, let's say, sophisticated packaging. No, it must be simple. You must see it and you must have it, and you must feel the original taste. After 90 days, it's a little bit darker, it's a little bit stronger. I have tasted myself up to 6 months. It's not okay in taste and after, but it doesn't look like same. It doesn't have the same original taste. So we stick to 60 days. We are here because we need partners to help us spread the franchise to the world. We have everything we need. I personally manufactured those sauce from scratch. I peel, I chop, I package, I delivered. In order to see how it has to be made to be the perfect combination and to have the most important quality for the final client.
Okay, what we're going to do there, only because there was a technical issue naturally with the slides, that's
Okay.
right. You can put
This
them
was the
through,
problem.
But we only have 1 minute 30, and
Yeah.
it feels like to me maybe a little bit more than 1 minute 30, which is okay. This is where, right? This is
Yeah.
where we move on to you. If you have any questions right now, I give you the microphone. Any questions at all in terms of what you just heard?
I understand my 1 minute more, it's over.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
5 minutes ago. But stay here. Any questions at
stay.
all? Anything you're curious about? Anything you want to challenge this gentleman on? All happy? You're happy as well? Ladies and gentlemen, please, hands together for our first picture. Thank you so much.
Thank you
If you
very
give
much.
that microphone to the next picture now, give that microphone to the next picture now, that's right. We move on now to our next big idea, next startup. Please welcome to the stage, Anchor Bar Europe. Green button, green, yeah. Keep going forward, forward, keep going forward, that's it.
Okay, I'm Harri Ihanainen from Finland. We're Anchor Bar Europe. Anchor Bar invented the Buffalo hot wings in 1964. We have the EU exclusive rights for this product. It's hot wings with different sauces, As you can see, we have some very famous people who have eaten buffalo wings, from Elvis to John Presley, Elvis to John Lennon to Britney Spears. It's very easy for the restaurants to make. It takes about 5 minutes to make a full meal. The wings come frozen, fully cooked. You heat them up, you choose your sauce, and you choose your dip, and you have a full meal in about 5 to 6 minutes. Very simple. And we're looking for distribution in all over Europe. We have the Benelux countries and Sweden and Norway and Finland taken, but we're looking for exclusive partners in all over Europe. And we're also doing retail. So we're selling them in retail bottles as well as Horeca side on bigger quantities. So there. So again, this is the original. Anybody else that's selling buffalo wings, they are copying basically Anchor Bar from the U.S. So please contact us, and would love to talk about distribution opportunities.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Right, just click one. We'll just click one. There we are. I'll do that. Boom. There we are. Again, every time we hear our pitches here on the stage, again, QR code, you can put down your feedback on exactly how you feel about what you've just heard. If you completely adored it, fantastic. If they completely didn't adore it, they can put down that as well and put their feedback as well. Right, over to you. Any questions or anything you're curious about, concerned about in terms of what you've just heard? I'll give you the microphone and you can ask a question. Any questions at all? I'm sure there are. And I'm sure you're curious. All happy? Maybe you'll get them all in. Maybe they're putting all that. Maybe they don't want to speak on the mic, but they're putting it down on there. Maybe. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Anchor Bar Europe. Thank you so much. Give that to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our next startup. Remember, if you've just joined us, this is all about big ideas, SIAL Startup 2024, sharing their big ideas, startups for 1 minute 30. What can you do in 1 minute 30? Not many things you can do effectively, potentially, maybe, share your big idea on this stage. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for startup known as Hot Farm.
Hello. Imagine a world where spicy products aren't just spicy. They're unique, they're tasty, they're flavored, they're unforgettable, and they're for everyone. I'm Slovena from Hot Farm, and I'm here to turn up the heat in a whole new way. We are not your ordinary hot sauce producers. We grow more than 70 varieties of chili peppers in our own sustainable greenhouses in Bulgaria. From mild to extremely hot, from seeds to the final product. All in one circle. While others cut corners to lower costs, we raise the bar. We do all natural, pure, high-quality product from mild to extremely hot. The European market is growing so fast. It will be set up to 1.85 billion by 2027. Our traction is we have more than 50 unique products. We are more than 600 retail stores, and we sell our products to China, to Poland, and to United States. Our brand has been featured in Forbes Europe, and we built a strong online community which loves what we do. We are here at SIAL to find bold partners who wants to make good products that fly off the shelves. If you want to give your customers high quality farm to table spicy products, we are your people. So come to our booth 5A STO77 and let's ignite the spicy market together.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Hot Farm. There we are. Spicy market, igniting that spicy market. You mentioned where your booth is. Where is it? Where exactly is it?
It's right over there.
Just over there. Again,
come and try our products.
Absolutely.
They're for everyone.
Absolutely, right. even those who maybe are not so spicy, but need perhaps a little bit of spice in their lives. Right, over to you now. If you have any questions or you're concerned about something, you'd like to challenge maybe Slaven on something, I'll pass you the microphone and you can ask a question. Any questions at all for anybody?
Do you like spicy?
This man likes spicy. We all need a little bit of spice in our lives, don't we?
Yeah.
So all the reds, hot red on stage right now. Okay, all happy? Again, remember, QR code here. You can give your feedback there if you wish as well. And that helps all the startups move that conversation forward. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Hot Farm. Thank you so much. Right, we move on now to our next big idea, our next startup within the SIAL Startup Pitch Showcase. Again, our startups all showcasing their big ideas, shaking up the industry one by one in many different ways. It might be spicy, it might not be. We're going to find out right now what it's going to be within our next startup. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Incredo.
Show me how to work the clicker.
Green, just green.
Hello, everybody. My name is Shiri. I'm from Incredo. So we're moving over from hot, spicy to sweet. We have a sugar reduction solution called Incredo Sugar. You're all aware that sugar is a big problem. It creates type 2 diabetes and obesity. I don't know if you know this, but 4.7 million people die each year globally just from complications related to obesity. It's a huge strain on the economy, and the sweeteners out there are no better for you. There are a lot of research around things like even stevia, but xylitol, erythritol, sugar alcohols, aspartame, about the dangers of consuming those as well. So we've created a sugar-based sugar reduction solution. What we do is we crystallize the sugar in a way which helps it dissolve faster. It reaches your sweet taste receptors quicker, so you taste more of it, so you can use less. So what do we offer? This is our value proposition, up to 70% less sugar with the exact same taste profile as sugar. There's no off flavors or any lingering sweetness associated with sweeteners. It is sugar. It is labeled as sugar. No E numbers, and it's, again, the taste of sugar. So it is clean label, and we sell it B2B. It works best in applications such as baked goods, chocolates, gummy bears, spreads, caramel bars, things like that. The market opportunities, everybody wants to reduce sugar. We love sugar. We celebrate our every happy moment with sugar, but it is also not great for us. It's the overconsumption that's a problem, and people are trying to use less of it. Although taste is the #1 driver, still is, this is a global fact. Taste is the #1 driver in food purchase decisions. So people want tasty foods. If it's not tasty, they won't buy it again. We are a team of about 30 people, mostly scientists. I'm VP marketing. I have no science background, but mostly in scientists. We have a global team, and we have a combined 60+ years of experience coming from the food industry. We've raised 3 rounds, and the purpose of us being here is finding companies that are interested in reducing sugar in their product, but keeping the same taste and a clean label with no E numbers. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Incredo. Thank you so much. Wonderful. So there we are. So keeping with the taste, but also bringing down that level of sugar is indeed. Not an always thing to do, indeed. Right. Any questions at all? If you have a question, you're curious, you'd like to challenge perhaps Incredo, what was just shared there, I'll give you the microphone now. You can ask a question. Any questions at all?
I'll challenge them to come to our booth and taste it for yourself.
Where is your booth? Where is it? If they
It's
come
right
and find
there
you?
in the startup village.
Just over there.
Behind.
Okay, just
I
go
don't know.
over
It's
there.
5. It's a long number. They're not going to remember.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Incredo. Well done. Thank you so much. Right, as you can see, next one here on the screen, indeed. Please welcome to the stage, next startup sharing 1 minute and 30, showcasing their big idea. Please welcome Soulmates.
Hi. Yes. Hi guys. My name is Sander Breedveld. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm the co-founder of Soulmates. So, What do we do? The Netherlands is, after America, the biggest importer of avocados. Every week, 8 million kilos of avocados come via the port of Rotterdam into the Netherlands, and we export 95% of these avocados to the rest of Europe. But not every avocado makes it to retail. What do? We name them ugly avocados. We rescue these ugly avocados and we press oil out of them. Avocado oil, maybe you heard of it, maybe not, but avocado oil is the best cooking oil in the world, according to Sander Breedveld, but also according to a lot of other people. You can heat it up till 270 degrees, and that makes it the best cooking oil in the world with the highest smoke temperature. We sell in the Netherlands, in the Albert Heijn, that's the biggest retailer in the Netherlands. We soon start in the Jumbo, the second one. And we sell in all online supermarkets. So when we started, avocado oil was not a thing in the Netherlands, very small. We introduced our oil and we have a market share of 91%. And we grew the business, or the avocado oil market, from 1.5 or 150,000 euros to more than 1.6 million euros. And we have the biggest market share. What are the next steps? We want to go here to France, bonjour ami, and we want to go to the German retail. So, if you are here, if you have connections, if you would like to invest in a relationship, and so we could enter these markets, we are here to talk. Merci bien, et au revoir.
There we are, ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Sesamers. There we are. Avocado oil. Intrigued? Like to know more? Now's the chance. I'll give you the microphone. You have a question. Now's the chance to ask avocado oil idea all about your question. No?
It was complete, I think, my story.
I think so, maybe. Just click once. There we are. Remember, we've got the QR code here. You can leave feedback if you want. Maybe not, that's okay as well. It's all entirely up to you. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Soilmates. Well done. Thank you. Right, we move on now to the last startup of this session. And remember, again, if you like ideas, if you like new things, if you're intrigued to explore really what's shaking up the food industry, again, this session here, we're doing 4 of them during the day today, and pretty much 4 of them, 3 or 4 during every day during this week as well. So again, drop by, have a look at the agenda and see what tickles your fancy in terms of the big ideas here on the stage. Let's move on now to our next startup. Please welcome here on my right, Black Idol.
Hello everybody.
Green.
No sound?
Working. Green.
Hello everybody. I'm Black Idol. I'm Benoît Lyon, the founder of Black Idol. It's a new brand. If you like coffee and you want to lose weight, you're at the right place. Black Idol is probably the biggest innovation in coffee in the last 10 years, as you will see. Because today, 2.5 billion people are overweight. Overweight is the first non-infectious epidemic in human history, according to the World Health Organization. But the good news is that there's a part of the solution in nature. Polyphenol, present in green tea, have scientifically proven that they're really fat-burning abilities. But you need to drink more than 10 liters of green tea if you want to have the good result. In our capsule, coffee capsules, they contain a nugget of these green tea polyphenol, pure polyphenols, at concentration that deliver health benefits. The scientific studies say that if you eat more than around 300 milligrams of HGCG, which is a polyphenol in green tea, you will lose weight, and it's real. Compared to matcha or compared to green tea, our coffee is far more, it's more than 3 times more HGCG polyphenol. So, if you want to lose weight, the fat-burning espresso is new. We did it with scientists, very well-known French scientists. And by harnessing the power of nature, we have created the first coffee capable of effectively burning fat to help fighting against overweight. This is the founders, one of the scientists we work with. Thank you for your attention. We're looking for distributors in France and everywhere in the world. Thanks a lot.
Black
Thanks.
Idol, there we are. So if you like coffee and you want to lose weight, this potentially could be
Incredibly
the solution for you.
powerful.
Right. Any questions at all for the last time? No questions at all during this whole session. Will there be one question at all this session? Look, now you come along. Right, here we are, quickly.
Hello. Can you tell us more about the coffee itself as well?
We work with the best roasters in France, which is in the east of France, who work with us because the polyphenol in green tea, they're bitter. There's bitterness. So you have to work on the blend very specifically to have good coffee. We like coffee. Firstly, we like coffee. If the coffee is not good, you would never drink our coffee. But the coffee is one of the best. You'll see, we're just near. If you want to try it, taste it, just come on our booth. It's really a good coffee, objectively.
Yeah, so I loved your presentation.
Thanks.
So I'm injured at the moment, so I can't play hockey. So I gained a little bit fat. 5 kilos, my wife said. How many espresso do I need to drink?
We did test on consumers. On the first month, you lose 2 kilos, mainly in the belly and in the waistline. There's a waistline reduction. After 3 months, it's 3 kilos. 4 months, 4 kilos. And you can drink the coffee.
I have to say, these are quite bold claims, aren't they?
This is incredible.
It's
really
incredible. And he claims
Honestly.
it helps you lose weight so quickly.
I've lost my belly.
Many would be skeptical about it, but hey, do we believe him? Potentially we do. I don't, I'm quite...
If you believe in science,
Okay.
you believe in our product.
Ladies and gentlemen, put hands together for Black Idol. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Pop it
Thanks.
on there, that's right. And the clicker. That's right, and walk off with that. Thank you so much. Right, wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, there we are. We've just listened to 6 big ideas here at SIAL Startup 2024, the first session of many. We will do this another 3 times today and throughout the week as well. But something quite special. Each day we also have somebody, an expert in the field, naturally in the food industry, that will be sharing certain trends to look out for while you're here and moving forward. I'm intrigued as much as you are, really, to hear what we're going to hear right now. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage right now from Spring Project, who are just behind us, actually, just behind that booth over there. Please welcome to the stage, Lucas Watt.
So hello everyone, thank you for the opportunity to be here. We are very glad to share with you some of the insights that we have made from extensive work that we did in collaboration with the SIAL about food innovation, trends, and use case. So this work was about 2 questions that we wanted to answer. The first one is, what are the emerging trends that are shaping food industry? And the second one is, how and when will then they impact the business in food industry? So to do that, we gathered information of more than 2,000 startups across the globe, information about where they are located, how they are funded, what's their role in the value chain, what are the use cases they are developing. And we have also analyzed a sample of 600 startups with a deeper analysis. And we will get back to that. But first, I would like to share with you a general overview of the big picture. What we have discovered, and it's no surprise for no one, is that innovation in the food industry is quite concentrated in food, in product innovation. So new ingredients, new recipes, it's really at the core of innovation. But it's not all that we can find, and it's very important. And if there's one thing that I would like you to get out of this short intervention, is that there's more than product innovation when we talk about food industry. And why is that important? I'd like you to think with me about what are the main challenges that the food industry has currently. So think about food waste, think about reducing the environmental impact, think about food safety, I mean producing and distributing food in enough amount and quality to fit the world. When you think about these big challenges we have in the industry, they cannot be addressed without a systemic approach. So that's why we have identified 3 layers of innovation, and even though the most representative one is the core product innovation, we need to think about the larger vision of innovation, the larger ecosystem approach. So from now on, when you think about food innovation, I want you to think on end-to-end innovation, on innovation through all the value chain. Let's now get back to the deeper analysis I mentioned. I want just to share with you the methodology that we applied to make this analysis. So the questions we are trying to answer was, when are the trends and use cases get to market integration? And to do that, to assess that information, we evaluate both technology and market readiness level. And by doing that, we can plot the different trends and the different use case in this graph, this matrix, and estimate when these innovations will get to market integration. So that's what we did for each one of the layers, for each trend, and for each use case. Let's take a look of the outcomes that we produced. Starting with product innovation. Time is very short here, so I just want to give you one insight about product innovation regarding all that is alternative and substitute foods. So when we talk about it, there's a wide range of use case, plant-based, fungi-based, cellular agriculture, precision fermentation, and many other use cases. But they all have common challenges regarding business model viability, about industrial scaling, and navigating legal approvals. So there are still many challenges to overcome, but I want you to make attention to one point. The impact, the potential impact of these innovations are quite substantial and should not be ignored. Then, when you go to packaging and manufacturing, regarding packaging, the main challenge is how to integrate recycling, reusable packaging, new material packaging to existing supply and operations. That's the main challenge. But adoptions are coming. The first use case are being tested, and as it evolves, we will see extended market access and industry-wide integration of the solutions. And regarding manufacturing, there's 2 main focus. It's energy efficiency and reduction of the carbon footprint of food production. And here it's a field, there's a lot of opportunities to collaborate with external partners, and especially with startups, with cutting-edge solutions that can address these challenges. And to finish, we'll have smart retail and smart supply. Once again, I want to take your attention to this. Whenever you think of food innovation, think about end-to-end innovation. New distribution models, evolving shopping habits, shifting consumer behaviors, new approach to data integration and to traceability. All of these are emerging trends transforming food industry, and we really need to look to all the value chain and supply chain of food to address all of these challenges. So I just want to give you some really quick insights. If you want to continue this discussion, we are located just behind. You're welcome to come to visit us, and we will talk about the findings of the study, and we can discuss more about these different trends and use cases. Thank Thank you.
Thank you so much. Hands together for Lucas. Thank you so much. Pop the microphone there. And again, you're interested, you're curious, you'd like to know more, the booth is just behind you, and you can chat with Lucas and his colleagues furthermore. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our next session here on the stage. This is all about, essentially, all about scaling food tech. Not an easy thing to do, certainly, moving forward, but certainly we're going to look at how that unfolds right here. France's path to global markets. Please welcome to the stage. They're right at the back there. I'm going to ask you to come forward. They're chatting. They're already in discussion. Could you please come? That's right. It's your session now. Please come. Already in discussion, already in debate. Started without us. Please come and join us. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage. Irina Laroche, Anne Vincent, Laura Chetail, and once again, Martha Jewell. Here, two here, one there, and Martha here. You'd already started your conversation, just forgetting you had a debate here. Over to you, Martha.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be back here for this round table, this time on the topic of food tech, scaling food tech, more specifically, how to access markets on a global scale. And I'm delighted to welcome to this round table the three panelists, each of them with an area of specialization and interesting information to pass about their activities regarding international development. So first of all, I would like to invite them to to introduce themselves. So we'll start with Anne.
Hi everybody, I think it's on. Yeah. I'm Anne Vincent. I'm co-founder and CEO of Yomgo. So we do plant-based egg alternative for professionals. We are a company created in 2019, and we have been developing products to replace eggs for professionals. So I'm very happy to be here today and looking forward to the discussion.
Hello everyone, my name is Irina Laroche. So I work for the Paris Chamber of Commerce. I'm in charge of the European project that is called Enterprise Europe Network. And I work for the agri-food sector in the Paris region. So maybe we'll tell you later what exactly do we do, how we help companies. So happy to be here with you.
Happy to be here as well. My name is Laura Chetail. I'm the founder of Coco Kombucha, a healthy and tasty alternative to soft drinks and alcohol.
Thank you very much, and I'll just introduce myself as well. I am Martha Jewell, Communications Manager for Vitagora, which is an agri-food innovation cluster based in the French city of Dijon. So, of course, scaling to international production and international markets can be a crucial step for many startups, but also a daunting task because there can be many challenges and many problems that can be encountered along the way. And indeed, at least looking at the French activities, even though small companies represent over 95% of the French food industry, they only contribute to 20% of exports. So export is indeed a difficult step for a lot of small companies. Even though, of course, being agile and developing into international markets can represent huge opportunities for these companies in particular regarding the high quality food, the reputation for high quality food that France has. So first of all, I would like to just look over some of what are these main challenges that French food tech startups in particular can encounter as they're aiming for international development. And I'll pass the question to Irina. What can you tell me about what are some of the challenges that French food tech startups can encounter?
So as we work with French startups and French agri-food sector companies, so we have some feedback from them. So maybe girls will will tell later what are the challenges that they face. But I want to highlight 5 of them. So the first one is cultural preferences. So when we go to the foreign market, there may be different cultural preferences and some other tastes. So it can be also some problems with the regulatory problems and with supply chain and logistics. And also some market competition. So you may have some other companies that work for the same sector in the country that you are exporting to. But of course, there are some challenges and opportunities for French companies abroad. So the first one will be the sustainable challenges. So I think all consumers are now trying to find some alternative and some sustainable products. And it may be a big opportunity for French companies abroad. There is also tech integration. So we integrate some technology in our products, in the packaging as well. So it may be also an opportunity, and also some gourmet and health products. So France is well known for its gourmet products. So and this is a very good opportunity for food companies. And the last but not least, so also the international partnerships. So I think it's a good opportunity for companies to go abroad and to collaborate with some other companies in the food sector.
Okay, thank you very much, Irina. I think it could be interesting now to hear a little bit of the story of our 2 startup founders here and how you developed into export markets. So perhaps we could start with you, Anne. What can you tell me about your company's activity and how you took on the challenge of developing internationally?
Yeah, sure. So just to give you some context, so we do plant-based egg alternatives. So we do replace egg yolk, egg white, whole egg to replace egg as an ingredient for professionals. So we have been starting the development of the product in 2019, and we have launched the first product beginning of 2020 with a focus on food service, which was a bit of a challenge during the beginning of COVID. But the fact that we had an innovative product that was innovative not only in France, but also in other countries, we gained a lot of visibility immediately in other countries. And really from 2020, we had been approached by other professionals in other countries in Europe, but also in North America and in Asia to try our product, because actually that is something quite interesting for us, because we are a French company. We really bring the French tradition of gastronomy, and we do bring innovation and disruption to replace something that is used everywhere. So for us, it was a chance to have that French stamp. And actually, it was easier for us to sell abroad than in France, because French were more attached to the tradition than in other countries, and the maturity regarding plant-based options was more advanced, for example, in the UK or in other countries in Europe and in the US, for example. So we have been today, just to give you a sort of idea of where we are, we do 50% of our numbers outside of France. The main countries where we are present is the UK. We are present in Japan and other countries in Asia as well. And for us, when I think about the main challenges and opportunities, what I think first, in terms of challenges, was the regulation. For a very small company, when you have a small team and you have to handle all the specific regulations of a country, information about customs, it can be very challenging, but at the same time, if you can do that from an export standpoint, I think you are ready to do a lot of things after that. So I see that as an opportunity. The other challenge is that you have to understand the market, and also in our case you have to understand the specifics of the gastronomy in the country. And to give you an example, in Japan, for example, we have product to replace eggs, so we do cakes, we do meringue, we do macaron, we do quiche, and we had recipes. We were thinking that everything would work the same way in other countries, but not at all. So it's very important to work with people in the country that understand the traditions of the country, to be sure that actually what you have developed in France will work, but with some adaptation in another country. But in general, for us, being international from the start, it was really an opportunity because we gained a lot of visibility, and it helps as well to develop in France today. To say that we are present in UK, in Japan, we are present in Dubai, people like the product, helps in France. And I'll stop here, otherwise I'll talk too much.
That's very interesting, Anne. So basically you say that the fact that you are present in international markets has helped you to develop in France.
Exactly. I think, it's a combined factors as well, because we, I think in terms of maturity, France has evolved as well in the last years. But the fact that other countries had already adopted the product, it helps. But to be abroad, the fact that we were French helped as well. So, it's a good circle.
Sure, okay. Well, to pass the microphone now to Laura, who can tell us a little bit about what was your international development journey.
So I started exporting from year one, which I guess is pretty unusual for startups. It came as an opportunity. I first wanted to be the leader of kombucha brands in France, but I kind of say yes to any kind of opportunities, so I tried. And actually what's kind of interesting is that today export is 20% of my sales, but my number one customer is actually Luxembourg. So my main customer is not even in France, even though France is my main market today. And so I would tell startups to just give it a go, because first of all, we have that amazing possibility with the European Union to export so easily. And as you said, there are some challenges. But for instance, in the EU, well, if you don't have the logistics or whatever, you just find a partner that is willing to do it for you. And that's what happened for Luxembourg. As you said, Anne, found a partner that knows its market, has all its customers. I haven't even met him once. All he does is buy me full pallets and then starts selling it to his country, and it's been working super well. So yes, export can be hard in some countries. I've seen it in Morocco, for instance, where there are a lot of taxes. You have to put labels in Arabic. You have to put QR codes on the top of the bottle that the government sends you. And so there's, it's a lot more. But I think it's like anything. If your mindset is in it, you will find solutions. And to say yes to opportunities or give it a try is the best idea. But I do agree the challenges are that it's really hard to find information for export, and we have really limited people showing us the way of export. And it's funny, I was discussing it, but to find the information, I don't even know who to ask in France. And I just found out, so 4 years after this launch, about the European Association you mentioned, to just ask simple questions. What is the paperwork? I found out by myself. It's not that hard, actually. But it would be better if, people would tell you, oh, hello, French startups. Here is a plan of how you can export. It's pretty easy. And for instance, in the EU, you don't need any paper. Your partner can do all the work, and he can pick it up at your storage. So actually, it's good to know about this. And yeah, that's the the pretty much opportunities and challenges I see here.
All right, so we perhaps have a different story here, in that, Laura, you talk about exporting primarily to European Union markets, which you say is quite simple from a regulatory and administrative point of view. And however, you are exporting to Asia and to the UK, which is now no longer part of the European common market, and the United States as well, I think you said? Yeah. Yeah, so do you also have an activity in the European Union?
Yeah, of course. We do have in
Yeah.
Belgium, in Germany, in Spain as well. So we are present in total in about 10 countries, but in Europe and outside of Europe as well.
And is there a significant difference for you between reaching European Union markets and outside of the European Union?
But I think in terms of logistics and invoicing, etc., Europe is super easy. After the most important fact for me is that if you want to succeed, you need to have the right partner, as you said. And if you have the right partner, I think it really facilitates the things. So, for example, in the UK, we do work super well with a distributor. We have all the logistics handled by them. So for us, once you get the right partner and he has the customers and he can explain your products right, it's easy. So it's not easy from a paperwork standpoint, but from a business development, it's easier.
Right. So finding the right partner is a crucial step.
Yeah, and we see that in Japan as well, and we are lucky to have part of the Japanese team here today. But it really changes everything if you have the right people on site.
Sure. You both appear to have launched your international activities very early in the development of your startup. So, Irina, I will just ask you this question: Is this usual? Is this necessarily advised to start exporting very early in your business development journey?
It really depends on the business model and on the product itself, but we always advise our companies, and we tell them that they need to anticipate to do some market research and to find maybe a local partner that will help to find out some maybe EU trade agreement, because as you told us, it's very easy to work within Europe, but sometimes companies forgot that there are some EU trade agreements. So sometimes we can use this and to export our products or to import as well if we need some ingredients. So I would advise companies to find the right person, to find the good partner, maybe in their chamber of commerce or in other institutions. So, but it may help to gain a lot of time, and I think yes, the best thing is to anticipate. So, sure. For me.
Okay, go ahead, please.
But just to add something, I think clearly, if I would choose, I think Europe is easier, but at the same time you have to see where the market is for your product. So I think, but from simplicity, EU is clearly the easiest.
Sure, this question of identifying the right markets is, of course, crucial. And Laura, you told me about an example of a market that you decided to not attempt.
Yes, we discussed this. Actually, I was a strategy consultant before, so doing market studies was my job. But I was telling Mars, like, you don't obviously need to do such a deep dive on each market. I think it's more a common business sense, right? For instance, my products are more premium brand, because also producing in France is more expensive than producing in Portugal, for instance. And for instance, I didn't choose to go to Portugal, even though it's a very mature market for kombucha. There's a lot of kombucha drunk there. But I know the local producers are doing an amazing job, so and at a way cheaper price. So I know it doesn't make sense for me to go there. So in a business sense, it's like go to some people that have the same trends consumption than you. So for me, I went to Belgium, Luxembourg. I'm going to Switzerland, or could be the Netherlands. But I also went to Morocco because I know people there consume a lot like French people. So it's just a question of business sense about, can they afford your products? Is there a place for you? So those are the basics,
Okay, that's very interesting. We'll just come back to this question of finding the right resources and support to develop internationally. Irina, can you tell me specifically about what your organization, Enterprise Europe Network, does to support food tech startups?
Yes, exactly. So I work for the Enterprise Europe Network. So this is the project that was created by the European Union in 2008. So, and we help companies to go internationally, and we help them in different sectors. So the first one is finding a good partner. So we help them during international fairs. So here at SIAL we organize business meetings with international buyers. This may be a first opportunity for the food sector companies. So the second one is individual advisory help. So we work together and we try to find the right person, the right distributor in the country that you want to export. So also we help companies to learn about other international markets. So about some regulatory questions. So we do some conferences, for example, on EU free trade agreements. So sometimes companies don't know that they can use them, and then that they can reduce some prices with the help of this agreement. So we also can help on some other questions related to customs and also on contracts, international contracts. So we have some advisors who work on that. And we also try to find companies to find also some funding, EU Horizon program. So we have finance advisors who do some research for them and help to apply for European projects.
Okay, thanks very much. Just Laura, you said that you basically managed more or less by yourself for the most part for international development. Anne, what about you? Did you have any resources that you were able to make use of or support structures?
But actually, we did a lot by ourselves, but also we had a chance to benefit from the chefs' connections. So once you have one chef in one country using your product, they travel a lot, they discuss with other chefs, and for us it's really a great help actually. And what we could benefit from as well is the connections between distributors. So for example, we are also present on a premium market for professionals, and we see that they know each other very well, and they talk a lot. So because we were present in the UK, we have been introduced to Dubai, to Germany, to other countries as well. And something that we are trying to put in place right now as well is a network of ambassadors. Because actually our product requires some training, they need explanation, they need specific recipes for each country, and we cannot do that by ourselves everywhere. So we try to work with local people who know the product, and we develop that network of ambassadors that is really critical for us as well, because otherwise without that we have actually a risk of just selling once and then have no repeat. So, but very interesting to hear about the possibilities as well of Chamber of Commerce, and we should do more with that.
Yeah, and of course, besides Europe in Enterprise Network, there are also other structures in France, such as Team France Export, BP France as well, which provides some support for international development. So the tools and resources are there. Sometimes maybe you need a bit of help finding them, but they are there. I wanted to just, perhaps to conclude, to bring back to a question of the sector of activity of startups. Both of our startup founders here are food producers. However, there's another segment of food tech startups which are more in the technology or innovation or service side, who also have challenges to international development. Irina, do you have any advice or suggestions for what actions a technology or service food tech startup can take to boost their international development?
Yes, exactly. Technology is something that develops very quickly nowadays. So also for the food sector. So my advice is to think about the strategy to find good partners. The same as for food companies, but for the technology startups, it's even more important to think over this strategy and maybe to find the good lawyer, to find the good advisor, and
because intellectual property is
yes.
a major concern.
Yes,
yeah.
Because nowadays it's a bit maybe a bit risky to be in this segment. So you need to be very careful and to secure your company, to secure your idea. But once it's done, I think everything will go quickly and easily. So,
of course, because there are not the regulatory problems that food
exactly.
will perhaps, and the logistical problems. And another area for international development for technology providers is, of course, through European projects.
Yes, exactly. So. We help companies to find some projects, European projects that may help them to work together, and this may help them to accelerate very quickly, because sometimes companies try to develop their ideas on their own. So and it may take longer time, but when you find good partners, you can go very quickly and easily. So that's why we are here for you to help you to find good partners.
Yeah, exactly. And for example, by integrating large European research projects, for example, through the Horizon Europe program, it provides international visibility. It can increase your network. There are advantages to doing it, certainly. All right, well, we just have about 2 minutes left, so I thought perhaps we could just conclude with, for the three people here, if you had a message to send to a food tech startup who is interested in developing internationally, what's your most important piece of advice? We can start with Laura.
I would say don't limit yourself, give it a try, see if there are opportunities, and find people that have done it before that you can inspire yourself from.
I would say don't be afraid of public institutions. So we are here to help you. We are here to develop your company. So and sometimes our activity is not visible, but you can also search on the internet, and we'll be happy to work with you.
I agree with all of that. I think don't limit yourself, be open, listen to what happens, but also find the right partners in the market you are. For me, that's the most important. If you want to have a good development international, you need to have a good partner in the countries you're present.
Right, so partners, ambition, be open to opportunities, and don't be afraid to ask for help. That's basically it. Okay, well, thank you very much to the three of you. That was a really interesting discussion. And thank you to all of you for listening in the room and on the internet waves. And I wish you all the best for those who are going to give life to their ambitions and to develop their international markets. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Once again, an intriguing discussion we've had here on stage. And again, you're interested, you're curious, you'd like to know more. I'm sure all of our panelists and our moderator as well, if you have any questions or you'd like to have a coffee and take those conversations forward, I'm sure you'll be more than happy. Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We're going to have a break from this right now. We are back here at 2 o'clock. So remember, from 2 o'clock here at the SIAL Startup Pitch stage, we will have, again, lots more pitching ideas, debates, discussion, all about shaking up the industry and moving that forward. So join us back here for more SIAL Startup 2024 at 2 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. I know time
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to SIAL Startup 2024. You can see it on my right, SIAL pitch, and above me and above behind you as well, the startup area. So essentially what this is here in this whole area that you see around us right now, this is all about big ideas, startups that are shaking up the food industry, really looking at ideas to explore. So if you're curious, you like to learn something new, you like to see perhaps what's out there, or again, you're curious about potentially what could actually be in the future, you're in the right place here. Again, everybody here, all of these startups, all of these booths, they're all here essentially, same thing as you are, conversations, right? Conversations to take forward and see where they blossom in the future as well. Right, we will continue with our sessions here. Again, this is all about debate, ideas, discussion. Some things you'll agree with, some things you won't agree with. That's all good as well. But again, looking at the innovation of the food industry and how startups really play a big role in that as well. Right now, as you can see behind me, it's all about the food health revolution, navigating investments in nutrition and innovation. How does that work? What does that look like? Some of you, I'm sure, have your own ideas. Some of you actually may be within that space as well, indeed. But what we're going to do now is jump into a healthy, productive discussion that's going to help us maybe make sense of really where things are, how it's moving in the right direction as well, and help you perhaps make even better decisions. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, please, hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. Please welcome to the stage Giancarlo Adario, Mikel Pereira, Nadav Berger, and our moderator, Anna Haim.
Thanks for being with us. I love the title of the session, The Food Health Revolution. I think it's a great promise, but also a challenge, because one of the things we were talking about when we were preparing the panel is how Nestle actually launched a line of products for people who are on GLP-1 drugs. And I think that's fascinating, but it's also a really interesting question for the kind of panel we're going to have today, because we have a panel with investors. And then we also have this revolution that now also involves big corporations and also involves a health company. So the question I would like to have today is where the place for startups in this environment and where investors can place bets. And what I find particularly interesting is that the investors we have on this panel, they have really different perspectives because well, we'll dive into that deeper, but some invest in B2B, other on brands, and it's going to be really interesting to compare notes and see how really startups and investors can work together to make that food health revolution happen, basically. So without further ado, Nadav, can you please introduce yourself and tell what you invest in?
My name is Nadav Berger, and I'm the founding general partner at PickBridge. PickBridge is a global fund investing in food tech, food technology.
Right.
And it was started by food people. We all grew up in the food industry, so I think that maybe we know what not to invest in, which is as important as what to invest in. And today we manage about 250 million euros with about 30 portfolio companies, and also backed by some of the greatest food companies in the world. And health and nutrition goes hand in hand for us. It's one of our top subjects to invest in.
Right, if I may, I mean, I went to your website. I hope some people here did, but you have a few verticals, and nutrition and health is one of these, right?
Correct, because at the end of the day, it was taught by the greatest philosophers in the world that we are what we eat, right? And if you look at the 3 out of 5 causes for death of humanity, all 3 are related to health issues: diabetes, cancer, cardiovascular. So we have to pay attention to what we eat. This is why we are investing heavily in the intersection between food and health, and with a couple of hopefully winners like Insight Tracker, Una Health, Bitewell, some great companies.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll talk
but enough
about
me.
Hello, everybody. My name is Giancarlo Dario. I'm principal at Five Seasons Ventures. We are a venture capital fund based here in Paris, 180 million size. We invest in Series A and B rounds, B2C brands. So we are the B2C part of the supply chain, and we supply companies each other also. So we are synergistic for sure. The main challenges now is health is not one of the trends, is the trend. Is centric into the food business. People want to live healthier and want to stay in good health. And that's why immunity is for sure a trend. They are looking for immune safety solutions. People are looking for gut health solutions. People are looking for longevity solutions. On the other side, they are looking for their performance in everyday life. So we see a lot of mind-hacking products, so their brain can work more properly and more smartly every day, and their body can work. So you see a lot of products on sport nutrition. And the two main categories are drinks and supplements. We have 5 companies in portfolio that address those issues, and which are Air Up is a bottle where you can drink tap water, which is flavored without any flavor in it, just regular flat tap water without sugar. So it's a sugar-free solution. We have another company called Dash Water. Again, we have it's a sparkling water. It's UK sparkling water made with flavors coming from fruits, and it's without sugar again. Then we have a company called Hair One in Germany who does female tech, so inner beauty, and that's again supplements and gut health and beauty from inside. We have another company called Space Goods in UK who is connected with the Ayurveda culture. So they make these coffee alternative that also you avoid coffee and you drink something that is good for your mind, for focus, with ashwagandha and lion's mane mushroom. And then, last but not least, a company that we have exited to Nestlé called Y Food that provides you one meal, complete meal as a solution, and that addresses something that is coming out, that is metabolic syndrome, and it's a real epidemic. And companies, as you said before, like Nestlé, are bringing solutions with companion products or with natural alternatives to GLP-1 drugs. And that's the next big thing that probably will come to Europe also, as they will switch from injectables to pills. That's
right. Michael, yeah, I saw some overlap with what you're doing, because we mentioned the sugar-free, diabetes, and also gut health. So I think that's really interesting to see, even if the panel is complementary, also where different investors are meeting and overlapping.
Sure, thank you. So I'm Michael Pereira, one of the partners at Siena Venture Capital. So I'll try to make it short, but we are an early growth fund investing in companies in round from A to C, and the whole idea is most of the time we invest in international companies and help them to come and grow in Europe. And we do invest in tech for purpose. So we try to identify the biggest challenge that we are facing today, and food and health are definitely at the center of our attention. And we did invest like a year and a half in one of the companies that you can try the product. It's Incredo. And what they do is they address the sugar reduction. They can reduce in almost any kind of food the amount of sugar from 30 to 70%. And it's not only about reductions, it's how you can as well improve the nutrition inside those cakes and bars, because since you remove the sugar one of the largest amount of content in the cake is sugar. So if you remove 50%, then you have to put something else instead. So here the idea is as well to improve putting fibers into it. The biggest challenge is how we can help those companies to scale, because it's a very long process. If well, those products, they are for the tier 1, tier 2 as well. So we talk about Lean, Ferrero, and all of those big brands. And it takes 2 to 3 years for those ones to launch new products. So it's not an easy world to navigate, and we're here to support them.
Giancarlo, you probably have thoughts on launching brands, right? In this space, that's your specialty. It's CPG, right?
Yeah.
And do you have advice for startups that are looking to do something new? Because as Michael said, it's really challenging to enter the space.
Of course, we are looking at companies in the longevity space, in the supplementation space. That means microelements like iron deficiency, like gut health also is something that is across everything. So gut health is a big thing that also still needs a lot of innovation to convince consumers and to provide the right answers. And these are sport nutrition is also something big. Sport could be seen as an example of extreme design, because when you design something for sport people, then it works for elderly people, as I am with joint health and other stuff. So it's a melting pot with many things. There is a lot of innovation. Thanks to these guys, also we have innovation coming from the ingredient that help companies that do then sell the final driving force, I call it, to consumers. But without the innovation that is behind, they cannot actually provide new proposals to consumers.
So Nadav, what I thought was really interesting is that you mentioned you invest in B2B, but also B2B2C. And one of these trends that also tied to, again, obesity in the US is that you have actually employers wanting to find solutions to make their employees more productive, I suppose, and healthier, if we're less cynical about it.
Yes, I think just to build on what Giancarlo Adario said, and to create a little bit of debate here, right?
Go ahead.
So maybe 5 Seasons and Giancarlo will find the right technology, right? Supplements that make you live until you're 120. That's great. But the big issue is how to take this to the market, right? And the costs and time and cost to take a great innovation to the general public and create something meaningful out of this is as challenging as solving the technical issues.
Yeah. Is that why you don't do B2C? Or?
Correct. Yeah. But we have great friends that do that, right? So, but I think that if you look at a huge trend in the US is about wellness.
Right.
And big employers understood that every day that their associates, their employers, are not showing up or their productivity is not as good as it used to be, costs them much more than the solutions that they can provide. So you have amazing companies today in the US that provides wellness solutions to the employers to serve their employees, right? So imagine you are Google. Google has 250,000 employees, right? And for them, they want their employees to be happy and to be healthy and show up and be productive, right? So Google actually started Google Food Lab. That's an organization that improves. I'm lucky to be part of this. It's a 100 global thinker that try to improve the food and nutrition experience for the Google employees and worldwide, right? But it's much more than just the quality of food. It's about health and making sure that people do what is right for them, and specifically personalized nutrition. And today you have companies that became the mediators between the employers to their employees, making sure that productivity is there and they can work harder and show up as frequent as they used to be. So you should look for those guys. And just to close the loop, those are the guys that can take technology or supplement or brand and bring it to the masses. I'll give you one example. There is a American company named WellHub, and they serve 15,000 employers, 15,000 employers, but they touch 3 million users. So imagine Giancarlo reaching out to them and said, hey, I have this amazing brand. If you sell this to your employees, right, 3 million people overnight on their platform, this is how you reach impact. This is how you reach scale. So look for well-service providers.
Makes sense. Giancarlo, do you want to defend BTC?
Of course. If you don't create a tribe, if you don't create a community, and that's one way to do so, because once you do a top-down approach, I would say your approach is a top-down approach. You find a nice place where all this information go to the final consumers, but then the final engagement is made by brands. So people recognize themselves, they belong to their brands, they become a tribe, they talk to each other, and that's...
I disagree.
Oh,
So
it's not going to finish.
Yeah, we're going to animate this one, right? So,
Yeah.
so brand is very important. I totally agree. But I meet the brand at the supermarket or if I shop online, right? What do I meet when I go to work?
Sorry?
What do I meet when I go to work? And I spend at least half of my time at work, right?
When you go to work, you also are on social media, where there are, unfortunately, many influencers. Some of them are good, some of them are less good, and also bring bad messages. But that's the way now people know what happens in the world. And so I'm not saying that your method doesn't work. It does work. But I think a combination of both would be much more impactful.
What are Incredo's plan on that front, for instance?
Well, I think one thing we didn't discuss about is maybe the customer acceptance. So we need to bring new product, and we need as well to change the habits of the customers and bringing healthy product to them. Today, they change the way they used to eat. We used to eat 3 times a day, and now if you go to the US, people eat 6, 7 times small snacks.
Yeah, I saw scary stats about how many times people open their fridges. It's insane.
It is, and if you eat a few snacks a day, then at the end, you don't eat any more vegetables, you don't eat proteins. So we have to rethink, or either we have to educate the customers how they should eat, or we can adapt and bring new type of product that can still be healthy for them. Well, it's the challenge we try to do with Incredo, because we try not to compromise on the taste.
Right, I was going to say that. Yeah.
That is the number one barrier. The thing that you bring to customer, they should be at least as good as they used to. It's the same for alternative protein. That's why you have so many e-products on those, because we want bacon to taste like bacon, even if it's plant-based.
But Anna, one important thing which we have to pay attention to is trust.
Yes.
I buy brand because I trust the brand. So I know, and this is why his job is so easy, right? So I know that if I buy something from Nestlé, this was checked inside out hundreds of times, and it is safe, right? Maybe, I'm sure that everybody knows that today Nestlé is the largest supplement company on earth. Nestlé Food is actually a supplement company. But we have to pay attention to trust. So brand brings you trust. How do you bring trust to the other solutions and personalized nutrition and so forth? Is by science. So you have to prove that you really did the deep dive science backup to be able to provide insights to your consumers and say, this is good for you, this is not good for you, prove it to me. And today online, people can check. So, for example, we invested in a company out of the US, MIT Insight Tracker, 10 years R&D. 10 years R&D before they started to sell to anyone. And today this is the leading platform in the US for personalized nutrition. So you take a blood test and then they start to tell you on an app what you should eat, consume, and actually they showed over 20 years, 15 years that actually you can live longer and healthier.
No.
Who wouldn't side for that?
But Michael, I think that's also where your perspective is interesting as a generalist investor, because you have to look at food tech companies the same way you would look at other companies, right, in terms of what they promise and whether they can deliver.
True, especially when you bring a new investment in the food tech company to your board, you have to show the potential return. And if you look at, and then we can discuss further on the exit route, there is very few exits in the food tech. There is probably few reasons for that, but we need to maybe rethink how we invest in food tech, especially for the generalist. We don't have to look at like a SaaS product with a very fast growth. It's a lot of years of R&D. So that's most of the time it's like it will take from 2 to 5 years probably. And there was like the 2021, 2022 boom on food tech, which was super trendy. Then it's not anymore trendy to be in the food tech, and we to become again trendy, I'm sure. And we're suffering for those years, like when valuation was super expensive, and you knew that you had to raise money again, because you raise money almost every 2 years. So what I look for now when I invest, it's having the right valuation, super important, because I know that in the future, the company, if they meet the right milestones, they will be able to raise at a correct valuation. And at the end of the day, when we do the exit, the valuation will be based on multiples of commodities. Because most of the time, it's a commodity, it's a price competition. So you won't be able to sell your company, except if it's really unique, on the 10 to 15 times multiple. It's really rare. So that's why we should reconsider as well the view on how we do invest in food tech.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Investors want to see hypergrowth.
Yeah, and exits multiples.
To have hypergrowth, you must be viral, and you must be able to democratize what you sell. You have to democratize. I agree that we need a good science behind, strong science behind. You need to build trust, but at the same time, you have to speak simply. You have to make it simple. If you make it too complex to understand or to use, if the solution is not user-friendly, then it will not be successful. So virality and also democratization of solutions is key to have hyper-growth and to have a good returns on investment.
So our approach is a little bit different. Again, we have to create some tension here, right? So when you manage a fund, you have to look at the portfolio, right? So some stuff will mature earlier than the others, and you should balance between the horizons and the potential multiples. So this is why we are heavily investing in SaaS, but in Gen AI and AI, because we see what is how this is transforming the food industry, and it's here to stay, right? And it's fast. Sometimes it's too fast for us. So you have to balance the portfolio between stuff that will take a long time to stuff that will take fewer years. But another approach to what Giancarlo just said is actually to go the opposite route, to try and understand what are the key pain points of the industry, and then look for the solutions and technology to solve them. So for example, we invest heavily in ingredients, and we check that most of the exits in food tech is in the ingredient space. So we love ingredients, okay? Because we come from the ingredient space, but also we know that we can exit, hopefully. And we are in touch with most of the ingredients players. At the end of the day, the innovation to Nestlé doesn't come, I'm talking about their product, not acquiring a new brand. This is M&A, it's not technology, right? But if Nestlé wants to bring a new ingredient, and Giancarlo didn't mention it, that he spent 20 years at Barilla. So if Barilla wants to bring a new technology, then they need to speak to their vendors, not to startups. Mm-hmm. Because they cannot buy ingredients from a startup. They need to buy ingredients from Givaudan, Cargill, ADM, Bunge, and so forth. So another route to this would be, let's see what those guys are looking for. What are the pain points? right? And then let's try to find the technology, the right entrepreneurs, and solve those big problems. For example, we believe in natural solution, natural ingredients, right? So we understood that 96% of the vanilla flavor in the world is synthetic, okay? It's pure chemistry. So we found technology that will allow us to grow pure natural vanilla at 10x yield per acre compared to any other protocol on Earth. So now we can actually transform, and every percentage count, right? If we can lower 96% of chemistry to natural solutions and flavor to get to 90, 80, 50, right? We did something right which impacts people's health and nutrition.
Right. Giancarlo, we mentioned M&A. Is that the main route you see for the brands you invest in? Exits in terms, is it acquisitions the main goal?
Well, we exited 4 companies in the portfolio from Fund 1. And what the game that we see, the rules of the game that we see, is that large companies cannot speak directly to consumers. Probably there is a lack of trust of consumers towards big brands. Sometimes it's not justified, sometimes it's more justified. Startups can better understand consumer needs, can better talk to consumers, can use technology to talk to consumers, to acquire data, and to innovate their products and their final solutions to reach them properly. And that's in all those cases, we have seen that happening. So all the companies that have been acquired because of that, because of their unique way to understand consumers' needs and to tackle those needs.
What you're saying is that a small startup from Paris knows the consumer better than PepsiCo? I'm not into B2C, so I'm educated. Please educate me.
Exactly.
In some segments, I'm sure. I mean, I wrote about sports nutrition, for instance, and it's true that if you start with really small niche and then everyone wants to be like them, that's what we're seeing with influencers as well. Yeah. What do you think, Michael? You need to choose a side. Where are you going to side with?
Well, when I look on the exit on the food tech, let's take some numbers. In 2022, it was around 85 companies, and a lot of them, actually, it's small transactions, small M&A acquisitions. So a lot of goes to B2C. And what is not, and then more in the B2B in terms of investment, but when you look at a company like DSM, Feminish, which you think is your natural route for exit, and you see more specifically on their portfolio, they do have the VC arm. They did invest in 100 and something companies, and they only acquired 2 out of them. So it is a tough market, but I'm a big believer if you take it around the other way, if you identify the pain point, you'll be a natural route for exit and acquisition for those companies.
Great. And I guess in terms of exits, we covered quite a range, but something I wanted to make sure we cover is also geography. Where do you see most innovation coming from? Giancarlo, you invest all across Europe, right? But Nadav, you invest globally. And maybe you have that perspective on where the most interesting startups may come from.
So the best plan that I can think of is I also cook. So if I think of a perfect dish,
you all cook, I think.
Yeah. So the perfect dish for me would be an Israeli entrepreneur, technology from Europe, and launch in the US.
Mm-hmm. Boston, right? Or
no, US market, right? So they have the market.
And US regulation.
And US regulation, right. If you launch, you need the regulation there, right? So I think that Europe is exciting. I think that we love investing in Europe because of a couple of reasons. Valuations are much more normal than the US, so people are much more modest, right? The European entrepreneur will invest, he will bring money from home, friends, before he will speak to professional investors, but then he has something more substantial, right? When the US is like, I have an idea, give me 10 million, right? Before they do anything. And I think that Israel is in between. I think that Israel has the best entrepreneurs as fighters and moving forward, pushing hard. So the combination will be perfect. I think that if you look at the medium long-term future, the place to invest in would be India. So
Do you or not yet?
now we are about to do our first investments in India, but we love India because the R&D and science in India is mind-blowing, and you have a local market of $1.5 billion. But then, of course, culture of how you do business in India is much more complex. But if you look at innovation and where the ingredients coming from, the breakthroughs are coming from, I think that we know well Israel, Europe, and the US. We should pay attention to India as the next frontier.
Great. Giancarlo, I let you have the final word, but please don't take too long. We're almost out of time, but thank you for defending BTC.
I am a very good cook. I'm Italian. Next time we will do a cooking competition with Nadav. And and I think there are no specific recipes. So it's a very case by case based approach.
Well, if I may, my own final word is that there's definitely a revolution happening, and startups and investors have a role to play. So thank you very much, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together, Giancarlo, Nadav, Mikael, and Anna, thank you so much. There we are, a full house 4 session all about investments in nutrition, innovation, how that moves forward, helping you make sense of how this moves forward as well. Right, stick around, because guess what? We right now will jump into no less than 5 big ideas. 5 startups are going to come to this stage, they're going to share their big ideas, and this is going to take each of them just 1 minute 30 seconds. 1 minute 30 seconds to share their big idea, all of their efforts, what they're doing, how they're working, moving forward in just 1 minute 30. Could you share what you do in 1 minute 30? Could you do that? What can you do in 1 minute 30? I don't even think you can boil an egg. Can you? Maybe yes you can. Some people can. I don't know. Anyway, should we crack on? Absolutely. I'm just going to ask you 4 gentlemen just to move to the side. Thank you so much. Right. So, remember, every single one or majority of all of these startups with their booths, they are here for conversations, right? Conversations with you, conversations with many people that are here at SIAL 2024. And one way of doing that is showcasing their big ideas here on stage. We do this 3 or 4 times a day, all through the day, tomorrow, next day, and the day after as well. So lots, if you're curious, you like ideas, maybe you're skeptical and you'd like to hear a little bit more about these wonderful ideas shaking up this industry, you're in the right place, because that's exactly what we're going to do right now. This is in fact all about confectionery, biscuits and pastry. Confectionery, biscuits and pastry. If you like at least a little bit of one of those areas, again, you're in the right place for these startups. Right, let's carry on. Let's start with our first startup. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our first startup, which is simply called Coccola. Coccola. Green button.
Okay.
Green button. Green.
One moment. Hello, everyone. My name is Emanuela, and I'm the founder of Coccola. Coccola is an Italian startup that formulated a new coffee sweetener and drink booster. We worked with the University of Shanghai, and our formula used the coconut milk and coconut powder that use space-age spray freeze-drying technology. And when you sweeten your coffee with Coccola, that coffee will be transformed into a superfood. Or you can enhance your beverage if you add Coccola in a water. You know, risk of sugar. Sugar is the first cause of diabetes and hypertensive problem. So we would like to revolutionize in the way how we sweeten our coffee and how we boost our metabolism. I lost 12 kilos during last year, not change my eating habits using Coca-Cola because of the scientific proven effects. And we are a startup made in Italy, made in Milano. And our team, we are worked in the best international retailer. I was the innovation manager of Carrefour Italy before founded my startup and formulated Coca-Cola. We would like to find some investor and partner to grow our formula in B2B and B2C as a Coca-Cola brand and grow in Europe and US, our first market. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Coca-Cola. There we are. So, here on the screen, what happens
Sweden
now?
your life.
Here on the screen here, a QR code, scan that, and you can actually give feedback based on what you've just heard. So if you love what you hear, you can put feedback down. If you don't love what you hear, you can put your feedback down as well. But what we're going to do right now is just open it up for you a couple of minutes. For those of you that are curious, like to ask a question to Coca-Cola, you can do that right now. I'll come around with a microphone. If you have a question, we'll do that right now. Any questions at all? I'm sure there are, but you don't want to take the mic, which is fine. Any questions? All happy? I guess you're happy. Coca-Cola's happy as well. You're happy, aren't you? Always happy, absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Coca-Cola. Well done.
Well, last things, at Boost 85, you can try Coca-Cola and sweeten your life.
Where is it?
Thank you.
Where is it? Where is Boost 85? Exactly. Quickly.
Near SIAL Startup Stage. On the left, number 85.
Okay, over there.
You can also find some my cards and the Coca-Cola powder over there.
Fantastic.
And tomorrow mornings with your coffee.
And you can even get a cap as well,
Bye-bye.
maybe. There we are. Thank you so much, Coca-Cola.
You're welcome.
Right, we'll put that on there. Thank you so much. Right, there we go. You know how that works. Very simple and very easy to understand. So I'm intrigued as much as you are really to see and hear how this all unfolds as a storytelling and pitch coach, helping startups to tell better stories at the right time, giving more impact and helping them to go forward with their conversations. Again, intrigued so much to hear how they're going to perform right now in just 1 minute 30. So difficult. Right, ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our next big idea, our next startup. Please welcome to the stage La Fabrique à Nuages.
Hi everyone, I'm Florian. I'm a founder of the French company La Fabrique à Nuages. Our observation, 30 years ago, a person consumed 3 kilograms of sugar per year. Today, it's 25 per person. So our mission is create a healthy trades with Nutri-Score A, widely distribute and promote South innovative distribution channel and method. So our innovation is the first substitute of sugar with a natural fiber. So with this innovation, we create Nuages. It's a cotton candy, sugar-free, Nutri-Score A, vegan, gluten-free, no artificial flavor, no preservative. It's a cotton candy in the bag. We sell in the big distribution. So 12 exclusive fruity or gourmet flavor. This is in France today. So tomorrow we are revolutionizing the healthy endangered with taste with an innovative recipe without sugar for the first product, the cotton candy sugar-free. Thank you.
La Fabrique à Nuages, so short and sweet. We'll just, let me take that, absolutely. There we are, once again, QR code on there, your feedback, how you feel about what you've heard, good, bad, or in between, whatever it is, we want to hear it. And also, Florian would like to hear it as well. We open it up to you now. You have a question, you're curious about what you've heard. I'll give you the microphone, like this gentleman here.
Very curious. So, what is, if you can disclose, of course, you will sooner or later disclose it on the label. So, what is your solution made of? Is it polyols? What is the
No.
sugar part of the solution?
It's vegetal fiber in the vegetable to kick power sugar, not glucose. Just fructose. We make this product for the cotton candy. Yeah, it's a fiber, vegetable fiber.
Okay, any other questions? Anybody else curious, like to know more, like to challenge what you've just heard as well? No? All happy? Florian, are you happy? Yeah. Yes, yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, once again, Florian and his startup La Fabrique à Nuages. Where's your booth, by the way? Where can people find you? Where can people find you?
5 and 22.
Okay, they're numbers, they're just numbers. We want to know where. Just behind there.
Over there.
So just behind there if you want to have a chat with Florian. Right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on now to our next big idea right here at SIAL Startup Stage. If you've just joined us, walking past, not quite sure what's going on here, this is essentially all about big ideas, all about ideas that are essentially shaking up step by step the food industry in many different areas, in many different ways. And again, if you're curious, you're intrigued, this is the right place for you over the next couple of days. Well, not staying here the whole 4 or 5 days, but now and again, come back here, have a look at the program, and you can see for yourself things that are relevant for you. Shall we move on? Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, our next startup ready to shake up your 1 minute and a half, mine as well. Let's find out who it is. Please welcome to the stage, Otaste.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Omer. This is Otaste. And we are a new paradigm. We are a new platform for the food industry. So we are capable to add sugar and salt, which we will see right after, in a new perform. Now we know, when we heard from the very respective panel in the formers, that there is a huge problem of sugar in the world. But still, sugar, we cannot live without it, right? We need a few sugar in our blood in order to be lived. And also the artificial sweeteners are not a solution because they're bad, and also the people that will speak after me will mention that as well. So what can be the solution, or how the tweak ask it, can food be sweet, tasty, and healthy on the same time? We are saying and claim yes. And why is that? Because we have a new platform that what we're doing, we're enhancing taste by reducing particle size. Basically, we're taking the size of a crystal of sugar or salt, which are, for example, 500 microns, and we just micro-milled it into less than 5 microns. Yes, it's natural sugar, nothing which is chemical, and we'll do it physical, not chemical, with a patent that we have. And eventually, you get a minor size of volume of sugar, which is sweet enough. And we have several kind of applications that we already produced with that kind of O-sweet, what we call our raw material that we manufacture. But we also came to a solution where we, for a proof of concept, we produce our own spread, which have 80% less sugar than the standard one. And you can taste that right behind this wall in our stand where we are, and also the raw material. Oh, and I almost forgot, we do that the same also with salt and sodium. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Otaste. Putting a bit, you hold that, keep that with you there, putting a bit of taste, but well, not just taste, but sweetness into the afternoon. But let's perhaps hear how sweet this actually was for our audience. Any questions at all? You're curious, you'd like to challenge what you've just heard, or you completely disagree with everything you just heard there as well. Any questions at all? All happy? I have a question here.
how do you quantify the sweet level if you only change the size of the sugar?
We can control how much sugar we add to the process. Same goes with salt. So we can make it 80%, we can make it 50%, we can make it 40%. Eventually, what you add to the finished product is what the taste will be. So this is, for example, a raw material that you just can control, and dilution, the amount of the final paste that you're going to add to the product.
Any other questions? Another question here, perhaps? No? That means yes. You tasted it and you say it's awesome. Do you work
Appreciate.
together? Do you work together? No?
Not
Right.
yet.
Not yet. Okay, perhaps potentially. I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for O Taste. Thank you so much.
Appreciate. Thank you.
They're getting sweeter and sweeter, aren't they? They're getting tastier and tastier. We hear more and more again throughout the day and a whole week here as well. Big ideas here at SIAL Startup 2024. Should we move on? Absolutely. Let's move on to our next startup. This one, very simply called chocolating. Chocolating. There we are.
Chocolating. Imagine yourself going to your favorite place and having a surprising, intense, hot chocolate experience. So, hi everyone. My name is Hani. I'm the co-founder with my partner Caroline of the Chocolating brand. I have a lifelong passion for hot chocolate, doing and redoing the hot chocolate at home. But every time I go outside my home, I am disappointed. It's sometimes too watery, sometimes too thick, and that's why, with my partner, we decided to launch. Sorry. That's why we decided to launch the Chocolating brand. So Chocolating brand is about, and you can taste it out there, right at the left. It's an unbelievable, intense, hot chocolate experience. That everyone is saying the same thing since this morning. So I'm just re-saying. And we are plant-based. We are natural. We use best origin of chocolate, no added sugars, so the best quality. Now, we produce in France. We're based in France. We started selling in France, but we believe the market opportunity is absolutely huge internationally. So whether you're interested to help us accelerate our positioning in the market and develop our business, please come to booth 15 and let's talk. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Chocolating. Thank you so much. From a man who breeds chocolate, who shares chocolate, and what he's wearing, that shirt, just reminds us all of chocolate. Right, open it up to you. Any questions? You're curious, you'd like to know more, now's the chance. I'll give you a microphone and it's up to you to ask a question. Are we all happy? All happy?
Any question?
No, all good. Well, not a question. My question is, I'd love to try some of your chocolate. That's my question over there. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Chocolating. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Pop that there. Pop that on the table with a microphone as well. Wonderful. Right, we move on now to our last startup of this session right now. Please welcome to the stage, Veda World, who deserves a round of applause, just like everybody else. Fantastic, there we are. I'll give you that.
Thank you.
That's yours. Thank you. Away you go, 1 minute 30, all yours.
Hi, everybody.
Green button, hit that green button. That's right.
That's me. Hi. Our company is specialized only in health food which have added value for health. We don't deal anything else, but health is our main track. Amongst our food, we've got one product which is pure sugar, cane sugar. And this sugar so people the world over, there's nobody in this hall over here who wouldn't want to taste a dessert, for instance, or would want not have sugar with, that was already said before, with their cakes, with their strawberries, with their yogurts and stuff like that. So most of the time people use sweeteners which are not even recommended by the WHO, which are not good for the health. The idea is to have to provide with an alternative of a pure cane sugar which has added health benefits. The market for the product is immense because there are 5 million diabetics in France, and obesity is a problem as well, and around 35 to 40% of the people in France are considered to be obese, actually. And in Europe, it runs up to about 200 million. So the sugar we've got is a pure cane sugar. It's 100% cane sugar, which everybody could use. And this is the only low glycemic sugar in the world, which has a level of 44, like a vegetable. If a diabetic type 1 would use it, his glycemic levels will rise to the level of a vegetable, that's 44, and nothing more, even if he eats a kilo or 10 kilos. So if he had a party the whole night, there's no issue with his glycemic levels. You don't put on weight as well. It's also good for expectant mothers because it helps gestational diabetes, for instance. And also it works as a soft sugar, as a slow sugar, because it's also good for athletes, sports people, and stuff like that. Not only could they use it as a sweetener in their cakes and their coffees and stuff like that, this sugar has an additional advantage in the sense that if diabetics use it normally, every day for their coffee, over 3 months, they realize that the diabetic levels have dropped. Cholesterol levels have dropped. Triglycerides levels have dropped by a point, by 2, for instance, by eating normal sugar and you consume it normally. So the advantage of this product is that everybody could use it, and it's a healthy life. It helps your body, gives you to live a better quality of life, and you can share with everybody. There's no health hazard at all. That's the benefit of this product. Thank you very much for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, very well. Thank you so much for sharing that right now. Okay, keep that in your hand right now. Let's hear from our audience about what they feel about what they've just heard.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for the presentation. About the data you have mentioned, what is the control of the samples?
Well, now this sugar has been tested clinically, scientifically tested, and also been published. We ran a test at the CHU Arras with 15 diabetics, kids. I mean, this is not, please close your ears if you don't want to hear it. Over kids who were diabetic 1 over a 6 months period of time, and those who took insulin 3 times injections per day some got to 2 injections per day and some only 1. It's not the objective of the product. I must remind you that it's not the objective of the product. We only offer sugar, but it helps people to live better because they increase their quality of life.
Any other questions? Very quickly. Very quickly.
Do you have a patent on the mechanism that works in your body when you eat these kind of molecules?
Well, I must admit to you that the product is 100% cane sugar, 100% cane sugar, to which we have added 0.20% of spices. Now, what are the spices? Very common spices that you and I use virtually every day: turmeric, pepper, ginger, pomegranate fruit, and amla. But if I wouldn't tell you this, you wouldn't realize that it contains these spices. It has no taste, no aroma. The pastry chef of the Elysee Palace uses it to make cakes, turn out cakes. Regis Ferret, who is a top pastry chef, who works for Ferrandi as well, turns out cakes with this, and he came out with a recipe book with excellent pastries for everybody who is sick, cancer, what it may be. They could have access to delicious dishes without having to have issues with their health.
And that's where we will never know what goes on from that, in fact, but we might do if you have a chat with you. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Veda World. Before you go, where can people find you? Where's your booth? People want to chat with you. Where are you? Just tell us where you are.
Number 62, just getting out over
Just over here, just over here, right? You're interested, you're curious, you'd like to know more, pop over there, have a chat with Veda World. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do right now, a very, very short break of about 10 minutes. Not about 10 minutes, exactly 10 minutes time. We will be back here on this stage for more SIAL Startup 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're back here at the Startup SIAL Startup Pitch area. This is all about big ideas, all about new ideas, all about ideas shaking up the food industry one by one, every bite at a time. All different flavors, all different parts of the food landscape. And again, if you're curious, you'd like to hear really what's out there and really what's moving forward in terms of all of these startups with their booths, looking for those conversations, you're in the right place. Because here, it's all about 1 minute 30 to showcase what you've got, why you're doing what you're doing, and hopefully starting a conversation with people that can hear what you're saying as well. Right, are you ready for the next set of startups? Yes, you are. Remember, 1 minute 30, that's all you have. No more, less maybe, but no more. Difficult to do because there aren't many things in life. Maybe there are, but not that many great things. Maybe there are in 1 minute 30. I don't know. What can you do in 1 minute 30 that's so impactful? I don't know. I'm sure there are things. Boil an egg, make toast, make some tea. I don't know. If you know something better than me to make something in 1 minute 30, please come and tell me. Right, let's begin now with our first startup of this session. Please welcome to the stage CEY Group. Green button, the big green button. Yeah, bang, yeah.
Hello everyone, my name is Etienne from CY Group, based in Zurich, Switzerland and Sri Lanka, Colombo. So, our company is CY Group. We produce ourselves spices, herbs, dehydrated fruits, vanilla and also tea with Ceylon quality. Our vision is, what we recognize is in the supermarkets and also in the general markets, the taste is not very much there when it's in the harvesting season, and that's what we like to improve, that we are bringing authentic spices and other products which have Ceylon quality to the market and don't mix it and bringing fast. So that's why we can increase the smell and the taste of our products. We are a young company, was founded in March this year. We are 10 people employee, 2 in Switzerland, 8 in Sri Lanka. We have our own production line. We have our own salary people and also salesmen in Switzerland and also in Sri Lanka. We selling our own labeled brand. We can also produce other brands for other companies, and we also can selling in big bulk quantity by container or air freight. On top left, that's employees. Top right, also employees, some products, and me and my co-partner with the black T-shirt with some farmers. We have a farmer connectivity with over 3,000 farmers, which we are working together, which are producing high-quality spices, herbs, fruits, and we just buy from them. We don't buy from everywhere, just from these dedicated farmers, which we know in personal, everyone. So for our the highlights, we do steam sterilization, we have a cleaning and sorting machine, and also we do have Swiss standard laboratories where we prove the quality of our spices and products, and also we are GMP certified, and the HACCP is in, let's say, a month, is it ready to go. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Wonderful. There we are. Hands together for CEY Group, and he did it in just 50 seconds. 50 seconds. That must be a record.
Great.
Wonderful. There we are. Right. So, I know. Great, isn't it? Well done. Just for doing it in 50 seconds. Even if it was really bad, 50 seconds, wonderful. Right, it wasn't, I'm joking. So, opening up now, remember we've got the QR code here, scan that QR code, you can give feedback, direct feedback, even being anonymous if you wish, and give feedback in terms of what you felt about what you've just heard. You can do it now, or even I can give you the microphone and you can ask a question. If there are any questions now, I'll give you the microphone and you can ask a question. Any questions at all? No? All happy? Or you don't want to go on the mic? That's fine. That's absolutely fine. Okay, all happy? They're happy. You're happy as well. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for CEY Group. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Right, there we are. So, that's right, a round of applause. There's one small round of applause for you there. Keep that going. Okay, no more round of applause. It's okay. He had one before, so he doesn't need another. And he did it in 50 seconds, so pretty good. Right, shall we move on? Yeah, let's move on to our next big idea of this session. Please welcome to the stage a startup called Vaya. Green button.
Hello. So my name is Valeria, and I'm a founder of brand YAT. And my mission is to promote its healthy lifestyle. It's care for about our planet and make people happy with the culture of drinking tea. So, if you're tired of classic tea like black tea, green tea, herbal tea, and I have a solution for you. New product in the market, in European market, it's Vaya tea. It's tea, buckwheat tea. He came from Taiwan, but it's a French brand. He was established in Paris. So, tea is a lot of benefits for the health. It's antioxidant, it's immunity support, it's a balance of blood, sugar blood, and it's a very nice method to reduce the consumption of sugar and less weight. So, what we proposed? We proposed the B2B client to the business buy this product make your customer a new experience with tea and give some new emotion and give a new product. He could bring you more clients and money. This is our team. It's me, Valeria, and Oswald. He is a commercial director. He will adapt our offer for your business. So you can come to our stand, ST095. You can have a 10% of discount for your order, and of course, you can try our special tea. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Vaya. Well done. Absolutely. Well done in 51 seconds. I know, pretty good. It's almost like a competition who can do it the quickest, but it's not about that at all. It's about, what is it about? Helping you maybe have conversations with the people that are pitching here. Just remind us, before we ask the audience for questions, whereabouts is your booth? You give us a number, but where is it?
There is this
just
direction.
over there.
Yes.
Just over there,
yes,
and you look.
Sorry, but today we have not a good location. That's why I invite you to support us a little bit in our stand, please.
Okay. All they have to look for is a lovely lady in pink.
Yes.
There might be others in pink, but not doing what you're doing. Right. Questions from our audience. Any questions that you have potentially for Vaya? No? All good? Remember, we've got the QR code here. You can give valuable feedback to Vaya anonymously if you wish. Or again, like many, just take a wander over, have a chat, have a taste, and then take it from there. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Vaya. Well done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Pop it on there. Right, there we are. Clap for Vaya. There we are. Always feels good to clap, doesn't it? And it feels good when we get one. And it's not easy. It's not easy coming up on a stage in front of a group of strangers and sharing your big idea, but doing it in 51 seconds is quite tough indeed. I don't know whether I probably could, but many others I'm sure will be very difficult to do. Let's move on to the next startup, the next big idea of this session. Please welcome Lenterosa. Lenterosa. Green button. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniil, founder of Lenterosa, and we make amazing wines and wine cocktails in cans. The big problem we're solving is that glass is not the best container of all. There's a lot of upsides, but for a young modern consumer, it's not very sustainable and it's not very practical. So if you think about applications of glass, it's really great for long-term storage, and it's really good because it's traditional. So if you imagine a fancy dinner, a glass of red wine goes along. However, if you really think about other applications, picnics, parties where you're standing up, maybe you're on a boat, on a beach, in the park, bottles stop making sense because they're quite heavy. I can't go back. Bottles are quite heavy, they break, you need to carry them, they're not very easily recyclable. And the solution we propose is cans. So cans are super convenient and sustainable. They're convenient for the consumer because you can just fit it in your pocket. You open one, it's monodose, single serve, and you just throw it away. But they're also super sustainable. So they cut emissions by about 79% versus glass bottles and recycle infinitely. So we have a range of 6 SKUs. Our most popular ones are here. We have 2 wines and an orange spritzer. That's already won gold at the International CAD Wine Competition and the Innovation Award selection at SIAL. So the reason why we're doing this now is that this market has grown quite substantially in the UK and the US, but it's not getting as much attention in Europe. And we argue it's because there's not as much supply of great products with great branding. And so we've seen tremendous growth over the past 10 years in the US and the UK, and we genuinely believe that now is the inception of the same trend in Europe, along with many other markets. So in terms of our team, I'm the founder, and I've worked on other business ideas in the past. We have a wonderful commercial director who's worked in food and beverage over the past 20 years. And our team is a bit bigger than I can show you, but our main marketing girl is Camilla. We met at university, and she has 110,000 followers, and more probably today on TikTok. So we have a young team that's very focused on branding, digital advertisement, and making sure our product gets recognized and then obviously enjoyed. So if you're interested, we're right across the corner there. Please come. We'll get you some free wine. We also have non-alcoholic versions. And yeah, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands again for Lenterosa. Well done. Fantastic. Keep that in your hand there. Right. Okay, we're opening it up now to questions from our audience. Any questions at all regarding what you've just heard there? Are we happy? Are we happy? I've actually got a question, in fact. So essentially, this is an alternative to glasses of wine, holding a glass of wine, and bottles of wine as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
so I'm just thinking, for those that are a little bit skeptical on this idea, that simply prefer to have a glass, they like holding a glass of wine at bars, that they've grown up throughout years of actually holding bottles, you opening a cork out of the bottle and then pouring it into a glass and holding that glass of wine. What would you say to those people?
I don't think cans are out there to completely replace the bottle. That would be pretty naive. But I do think there's applications where bottles just don't work. So yeah, it's fun to pop a champagne bottle every once in a while, but you can't always do it. So if you're at a busy house party, for example, as many young people are, you pop that open, champagne goes everywhere. You pour it in glasses, glasses break, they spill on your wonderful outfit, and goes downhill from there.
Okay, interesting answer indeed. I'm intrigued as much as you are, really, to check it out and see for myself. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Lenterosa. Well done. Thank you so much. Right, there we are. That's right. A round of applause. Pop that on there, on the table. Let's move on. We move on now to the next big idea of this startup pitch session. Again, if you've just joined us, just walking past, intrigued to know what this is all about new big ideas, exploring those, showcasing those ideas. 1 minute and 30 seconds. Not long at all, but it's short, sharp, and sweet, and hopefully, just hopefully, will help you start a conversation with our startups here on stage. Let's move on. Our next startup, known as Grand Carob. Button.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nuno from Grand Carob, and I'm here to produce and deliver something a bit different that is hitting the market. So, Grand Carob, what's behind? Why we have this brand? Why we created a factory around this brand? For one simple reason. Carob has all the characteristics, all the features to be a future ingredient, a future trend in the food industry. But the products that are available currently in the market fails on quality, fails on branding, fails in a way that is being produced. So we created this brand exactly with these pillars. That is, bringing a flavor that no one knows, produced under a different way, with a branding that stands Carob as Carob and not as a substitute like chocolate. So what are behind Carob? So in terms of taste, it's a nutty, smooth taste, naturally balanced sweet. It's a superfood. It is rich on antioxidants, deep in it all, low fat, and it is sustainable. So it's excellent carbon dioxide sink, is agrochemicals free, and grows organically. So the past 2 years, we've been developing a product range. We started by developing our original recipe for a milk alternative, and then the recipe is flexible, is versatile, and we extended to granolas, and then we went to spreads, and then we produce in-house our carob flour as well. So for the past year, we were distinguished by the Grocer Awards and recently by the Great Taste. At the moment, we are selling to Portugal, Spain, and Sweden. We are at 518 points of sale, including some main retailers that everyone knows about. So what we are doing is really to bring an ingredient produced in a different way, but with a taste that is completely different that usually is. Carob is usually targeted as a chocolate alternative, and I don't feel that is the right way to position in the market. So we are in the market to make the difference. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Grand Carob. Well done, fantastic. Right, let's hear again. Remember, we've got the QR code here. Scan that, feedback, exactly what you feel about what you've just heard. You can pop it down, let us all know, and also naturally Grand Carob as well. Okay, questions if you have any. A question potentially for Grand Carob. Any questions at all? No? All happy? I guess you're happy. You look happy. You look happy. Well done. Yeah, I am indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Grand Carob. Thank you so much. Well done. Right, so all of the, I have to tell you, so I'm here all the time, and introducing all these startups and listening to all these spreads, the wines, the sweets, the chocolates. It's making me hungry, right? It's making me want to actually get off this stage and start just walking around and tasting and drinking anything I can get my hands on. And I think I will do that over these 5 days. And I suggest you do the same. Walking around, have a taste, have a chat, have a conversation. Potentially, there might be just something that actually takes the conversation forward as well. Let's move on now to our next, I need a drink, don't I? Some wine, perhaps. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next startup, known as Eat the Company. Eat the Company, come and join us.
Hello everyone, my name is Eunice and I'm the representative of Eat the Company. And to start off, what is Eat the Company? So Eat the Company basically specializes in creating high quality, authentic Asian food products with the focus on K-food, expanding and being more convenient to everyone around the world. And we take pride in combining traditional Asian flavors with modern consumer needs, allowing people to enjoy delicious meals with ease. Since our founding in 2018, we have expanded to new markets, establishment in the US and using Amazon and Alibaba, and now I've set our eyes on the European expansion. As many of us know, K-food like bibimbap has already become a global trend. And at the Eat the Company, we are adding unique stories and cultural heritage of Korea to our K-food and making it more approachable and convenient around the world. And through our content food, quote unquote, content food approach, we aim to share the essence of K-food in a way that is easy to understand. So, mugwort. Mamjon is a vegan jerky certified in the UK Vegan Society and was awarded in the Innovation Gold Award in 2023 SIAL America, which you see on the the left. That's our product that was that won the Gold Award for 2023. And then the one you see on the middle, that's the Gini kit, is a Korean bibimbap kit that makes it easy for anyone to prepare a Korean balanced meal in just minutes. This also goes for the same for the one you see on the right, the cup cook. It only takes around 5 seconds to get it to a ready to serve meal. And so as a startup, we are committed to continuous challenges and innovations, driving us forward in the ever-evolving food landscape. And thank you for your time, and I hope you stop by our booth 09494 and just get a little taste of what Eat the Company has to prepare for you guys. And thank you so much for your time.
Keep that in your hand. Keep that in your hand. Absolutely right. So once again, we'll just click once for me. Bang. There we are. So QR code here. Again, that gives you an opportunity, if you wish to give feedback. Good feedback, negative feedback, whatever kind of feedback, I'm sure either company would be more than happy to hear it. But right now, if you have a question, I'll come around with the microphone and you can pose a question right here and right now. Any questions at all for those that are curious? Any questions at all? No? I'm sure you are curious. Maybe you don't want the mic, that's fine. It's all okay. All good? All happy? Yes, you are. You look happy as well. Where's your booth? Just tell us once again where you are.
It's 94, right over there.
Where numbers mean nothing to us here. What we want, physical stuff means something to us. Where are you exactly?
Towards like your right.
Just go that way and look for you and they'll find you. Ladies and gentlemen, hands again for Eat the Company. Wonderful. There we are. Take that as well. There we are. Or leave it here with me. Right. No, take it with you. Take it with you. Right. I'm joking. Right, ladies and gentlemen. So again, there we are. That was our third pitch? I think third pitch session of the day. Lots of big ideas, all in different ways, shaking up the food industry. They're all here, and they're all here for essentially one main reason. They're here for conversations, right? Conversations with you, and to take those forward and see where they unfold and where they develop as well. So whatever you do over these next couple of days, if you're here for 1 day, 2 days, or the whole week, have a wander around, have a taste, have a flavor, have a bite or two, and then take those conversations forward if you can as well. Right, let's move on now to our next session right now. So, opportunities and support for food startups. We move across from France, we get on a plane or Eurostar, whatever, or however we're going to get across. Any other ways? Bus, maybe. We go across the channel over to the UK. So the UK in terms of food, the food industry, investment into the UK and support for food startups. What's that all about? How does that look like? Or maybe importantly, how we can make sense of it and maybe, again, help us make the right decisions in terms of maybe, just maybe, potential collaboration with those in the UK. The person that's going to delightfully share her perspectives right now for you here on stage is with us. So please welcome to the stage a food and drink investment specialist from the Department for Business and Trade, Roberta Ray.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roberta Rea. I am the Food and Drink Investment Specialist for the Department of Business and Trade. So I'm a scientist by background, always worked in food science. My role has always been at the interface between the science, government policy, and food industry, looking at bringing products into the market. So what is the Department of Business and Trade? We are one of the UK government department, and our role is exactly that, to support the entry and expansion of business within the UK. And in particular, of course, we have some very large multinationals sitting in the UK, but we also are very keen on looking at the small and medium enterprises coming and growing into the UK. Food and drink is a very important sector for the UK. Is one of the largest manufacturers in the UK, and not only by turnover, but also by its full value. We've always been very early adopter for food technology, and in fact, some of things like we've been pioneering is in frozen food and ready meals. Something that is now is very common everywhere, but we've been some of the first really taking a step into this space. We have an environment today is very highly supportive for business, and also an ecosystem that allow the development and the growth of business within the UK. We also identify quite a strong supply and distribution chain, because one of the key things is that once you have a product on the market is how easy you can present it and move it across a country. And by that, I also not only mean what we do within the UK, but the export across the globe, not just the EU, but everywhere else. So what are the opportunities in the UK? It's a very broad topic, and many of you might have a lot of interest in different space. So what I have tried to do is to try and look at something that we often see trends. We have seen many trends throughout the year, but the successful ones are the ones that really are coming, but are also here to stay. It's very difficult for the business to enter into a space that it might be too volatile, where consumer might want it today and not tomorrow. And what we tend to find is that the successful products are the one that connect across multiple trends. So I wanted to give you a couple of examples. And as you know, across the globe, concern for the environment and concern for the health have been quite strong and been around for a long time. Reason for that is that there's been some strong science and a lot of communication to consumer. And one of the reasons why things like plant-based food product has been so successful across the globe is because they resonate for a variety of reasons and a variety of consumer. And so this is one of the strengths that we've seen across the food chain and across many values for the consumer. So what I would like to do is to give you this as an example of the alternative protein and why this has been so successful in the UK and how we've seen this develop and grow within the UK. The plant-based alternative, the plant-based diet, has been around for some time, has been growing, and the UK has been the second largest market in Europe to develop product in this space. It was only second to Germany. And it's been a market that is still seen to grow quite significantly. And it's not just on the plant-based, but it's also across all the various alternative protein and across all the sector of products. The ecosystem that is also supporting this goes across all the sectors that I was describing to you. We have large manufacturers in the UK, and we have retailers that are really embarking into this space. We have a lot of university and research systems that really have been working in this space, some of the leading agencies. We have a lot of accelerators supporting a lot of the startup. A lot of innovation is really seen in companies that start with a small idea wanting to make it big. But also we have a lot of agency and government support. There is a very broad system of activity across government, across agency, and across expert groups within the UK. And so we have been at the forefront. And one of the things that has really led and is a demand and supply of this has been the consumer. consumer has really expressed an interest in seeing alternative product of the market, seeing an alternative. And as a sector has really been reaching 27 billion by 2027. These are the forecasts, and this figure keep on growing. We've seen some data saying there is a market that is slowing down, but actually what I've seen is that there's been so much innovation across the board. There is a limited number of products that you can still produce. But what we see is a continuous improvement in the quality and the price point. That, as you know, for a consumer, at the end of the day, taste and price still remain two priority. And we've seen a lot on the media. We've seen the large company really investing into this, and we've seen large company really looking at the startups, and we've seen large company working together to make this a real success. Now, many of you may have not heard of Veganuary, but it's something that started in 2014. So we now have a decade of this phenomenon. January, there's been this big campaign of getting consumers to try and be vegetarian for a month, with the idea that changing a behavior for 30 days would lead to an adoption of a behavior throughout the year. But what we've seen is the speed and the growth of this phenomenon, and how many other countries actually now started talking about Veganuary. So when you see actually this behavior changing in people habit and in people culture, is really when you see that something is invading. And what we've seen is that it's become really mainstream. We've seen some of the most popular, successful products really taking an alternative into the plant or the vegetarian space. For a brand and a category, it's very difficult to take a risk with a product the consumer might then switch to, but then don't like and go somewhere else. So when you see the big brand really embarking into this space is when you can actually see that this is something they believe in and they can see an opportunity in. But also it's the retailer. The UK retailers are quite strong. And all of them, you will see on our shelf that they have a range of plant-based product because they know the consumer is going to be looking for it. Really what we've seen is when something like this goes mainstream is when you see it on the high street. You know, you will walk in any of the fast food and there will be a plant-based alternative. And you will see that the sale of this product is still keep on going up. And the increased accessibility when it's on the high street really give you the impression that the consumer is expecting to have a choice of a plant-based product everywhere. And that UK gives you the opportunity to reach this consumer at every single level. And again, this is keep on going, so it's not just when the first product came in, but we still see them coming in our main high street food retailer. These are some of the most commonly sold product, from a pastry to a vegan BLT bacon product. We now have plant alternative for these products. But of course, the category that most probably has seen the most conversation has been the beverages, as always, but also the alternative to dairy product. There's been a lot of conversation on the why and what, but even on the name. And it's something that still keep on going. And of course, things might get translated differently in different language. But certainly, we can't call milk something that is not coming from a mammals of a cow or a sheep. And so there's been a lot of conversation on how this product should be named, how they should be categorized. And this is where it's very important the industry and authority works together to try and find a way forward to make sure that we don't get lost in the bureaucracy to reach the consumer. And again, we see this very much still happening. So for the Veganuary of 2024, we actually had some of the big retail on the high street still bringing on products in this space. So it's still happening and it's still carrying on increasing. But the big thing that is really of interest in this category is not just the fact of what ingredient you use, how your product tastes. The consumer really wants to see that your product is good for me, it tastes good, and is good for the planet. So we're actually looking at a lot of information when looking at your product. So as a startup or as somebody bringing a new product, I often talk to people about what is your story. What is the story behind your product that is not just about the taste, is not just about the packaging, but it's really what does your product represent for the consumer, that it goes all the way back to the supply chain. And this is applied to all the category of alternative protein. It's not just the plant-based. The UK has been pioneering in this space for a very long time with fermented product, and now the conversation is leading towards the cultivated meat and all the debate about the science, but also the policy that goes behind it. And as well for alternative things that might not be to everybody's taste when it comes to insect and something slightly more alternative. But the UK is determined to still lead in this space, and this is why it's a region and it's a space where startups are really interested in. We are looking at a business strategy, and currently the UK government is actually looking at an industrial strategy and a consultation with everyone to try and build a system and an ecosystem that it will be future-proof and that it will allow business to enter and grow within the UK, taking the information from the entire set of stakeholders. And so, if anything, I want to leave you with these thoughts in your mind. We're looking at innovation, we're looking at your product. Really look how your product is grounded with the belief system of your consumer, with the regulatory system, and what is going on within the science. Because, as I was saying, behind the taste and the price point, there is a lot more that the consumer now is looking for. And it's a global phenomenon, not just in the UK, but the system and the country you're in is quite an important choice on how your product fits in. So why the Department of Business and Trade, how they can help you? If you're looking into coming to the UK, the Department of Business and Trade really wants to help you understand what your needs are, what you're looking for, and the teams across the department can help you from many aspects of it, from the basics of visa and finding a physical space to everything else that is linked to the legislation to your product, especially if you have a novel food or the new technology, and what support you can have when you get into the country to grow and develop your product. You'll be able to access all this information. I'm here to answer any questions. I will be around for the next few days, but please do reach us online if you have any question. And thank you very much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Roberta. Keep that in your hand, in fact, and just listening to what you've just been saying there. So interesting, and it's so true, isn't it? It's consumers really are looking not just at the packaging, not just at the taste, but that whole story behind how it all started, and that whole supply chain of really until it gets into their hands, into their mouths even, helping them make a decision, right? So if people are interested, they're curious, they'd like to know more, like to chat with you, you're here for a couple of days, right? The whole week? Whole week, absolutely. Where we maybe don't know. Okay, we get her fast. Right, where will you be? If people can, where can people find you?
Well, I will be around. My contact details are here. Please feel free to drop me an email. My colleagues are here as well for some more technical support, and of course, you can always go back and look online for government contact details.
Is there a booth here? Is the
no,
trade?
I don't think
is there
we have a trade
spot,
booth this
physical
year,
spots?
no,
Okay, so if you're interested right now, I suggest you just shake hands, exchange your cards or LinkedIn, and then take it from there. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you so much, Dr. Roberta Ray. Thanks. Cool. Right, so there we have it. Right, guess what? We are going to, very shortly, not right now, in about 10 minutes' time, back here on this stage, once again, experience another set of big ideas shaking up the food industry as it were. They're all the startups that are here. They're all here. They all want to have a conversation with you. They all want you to taste, bite, try, not them, they want to taste their food. Maybe, I don't know. They want you to have a taste of their drinks, their food, their products, and again, to take those conversations forward. So we'll be joining us, hopefully you'll be joining us back here, 10 minutes time, for more SIAL Startup Pitching 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are, SIAL Startup Pitch area. Again, you're not quite sure what's going on here, or you can hear the music. You think there's some kind of a party going on here. Well, let me tell you one thing. It is a kind of a party because we've got the food. We've got lots of food. We've got the drinks, all different kinds of drinks, absolutely. And we've got lots of fun as well, and exploration. So if you like big ideas, if you're curious, you're not quite sure, well, you're intrigued to hear and learn about the new kind of ideas within the food industry that are shaking up the food industry in terms of the startups, all the startups that are here right now, not just today but throughout the week as well. You are in the right place because they will stand here one by one, stand on this stage just like I am right now, and unlike me, they will share their big idea, showcase exactly what they're doing. 1 minute and 30. They will take 1 minute and 30 of your time to hopefully convince you to have a conversation with them, to take that forward over at their booth and see where that actually, or even just get you intrigued to know a little bit more about what they're doing, right? So that's exactly what we're going to do right now on this stage right now. Are you ready? Yes, you are. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go off and let's start with our first pitch of this session. And this is a startup very simply called It's Alive. Come and join me.
Hello everyone, I'm George. I'm a chemical engineer and the founder of It's Alive. So we have a laboratory where we grow fresh spirulina, and we are the only ones who are doing this in Greece, and among the few who are doing this in Europe. So normally spirulina is grown in raceways, there are huge river-like constructions, and because they're very far away from the urban demand, they tend to dry spirulina, which destroys a lot of antioxidant potency. The alternative is the shot glass photobioreactors, and everybody's going and investing in this. And the problem is that this is very, very expensive. So what's the solution? It's Alive, because we made another photobioreactor, which is much, much cheaper than the shot glass photobioreactor, and we produce fresh spirulina, which is maybe the most nutritious food there is. So we don't destroy it at all, it's fresh, and we also freeze it to keep it for a longer time and consume it whenever we want. And from spirulina, we also take phycocyanin, and we put it in honey and make miel SIAL. The demand for spirulina is growing every year, and this is our team. These two guys on the top work on the laboratory, and this is where you have to be if you are a delicatessen, this map.
Ladies and gentlemen, there we go. It's alive. He's alive. We're alive. We're going to find out how alive his idea was from you, for those of you that want to ask a question. So right now, if you have a question, you're curious, you'd like to know more, I'll pass you the microphone. You can ask a question directly to It's Alive. Who would like to ask a question? Anybody curious?
Are you already on sale? You're already having customers?
Yes, we sell through our e-shop and also through the retail. So these are some of the best delicatessens in Greece and one in Czech Republic. They sell our honey product. And also, just recently, we had a contract with America for exclusive distribution in the US. And we're looking for more.
Absolutely, absolutely. Always looking for conversations, taking those forward. Right, any other questions perhaps from our audience members who are curious, like to know more, or simply like to challenge what they've just heard as well? No? All good? Absolutely. There we are. Before you go, just again, tell us exactly where people can find you if they want to take those conversations forward. Where do they find you?
It's very, very hard. It's here.
It's there, just behind this yellow block there. You are there.
Yeah.
You are alive behind this block here.
Come and check the product.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for It's Alive. Pop it down there. Thank you so much. There we are. It's alive. That's always good to be alive, isn't it? It's always good, absolutely. Right, there we are. Let's move on to our next big idea. It was alive, it is alive, it still is alive, but we move across that over to a startup called J-Joy.
So hello everybody, my name is César, I'm the CEO of J-Joy, and Fabien here is our head of sales. J-Joy is the pioneer for vegan cheese. So it's cheese made of cashew nuts, almonds or cocoa milk. And we use short list of ingredients, traditional techniques like that are learned from French cheesemakers. It's just the raw material that's different. And you might ask on the next page, why would you eat vegetal cheese? Well, there are many reasons for this. The first one is environment. The cheese produced by J-Joy generates 13 times less CO2 equivalent than a traditional cheese. It's obviously much more respectful of animal welfare, but also it's much healthier with 3 times less saturated fat, no bad cholesterol. And the fourth reason is probably the main one, is because it's delicious. And you can taste it on our booth right there. I will let Fabien tell you more about the market and our products.
Thank you, César. So yes, we will talk about the market, and the market is growing very fast on plant-based. It's more like 14% per year until 2035. And the vegan cheese market is expected at 50% per year. So it's the vegan cheese moment starting here until 2035, according to the BCG. So J-Joy, as a pioneer in France, is really well placed to be the first company to take this market and to capture the growth. So let's take a look at our range of product. You can see that we have a various range of product going from either alternative to brie to our crazy creamy blue cheese substitute, and our very new alternative to cream cheese that you can taste at our booth just over here, because it's really our new product that I want you to discover. And I give the back to César.
And yes, to date, you can find us in all the organic shops in France and in 9 other countries in Europe. We're also developing in food service all around Europe. So, but we're looking to expand even further. So we're looking to meet more people.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for J-Joy. Listen, as you were talking there, I can see your colleague. I just have to try this myself. Thank you so much. I couldn't resist. There we are. Exactly what you were saying. Right. If there's any questions at all, you're intrigued, you're curious, you'd like to know more, I'll pass you the microphone and you can ask a question. Any questions at all, perhaps?
Anyone?
Tasty, very tasty. Right, I think that's
Thank
it.
you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for J-Joy. Well done. Right, we move on now to our next big idea right now. So it's alive, J-Joy. We move on now, as you can see, over to a beverage to wash down some of that cheese we've just been eating as well. Please welcome to the stage Kappa Drinks.
Imagine yourself walking in the old district of Kyoto or in the middle of a crowd at Shibuya Crossing. Maybe you are a gamer who is playing video game in one of Tokyo's numerous arcades, or you're rather the type to relax in a Zen garden. Japan is many different things, and Kappa Tea is your journey to Japan in a 25 centiliter can. My name is Maud. I'm the founder of Kappa Tea. Since a very young age, I've been fascinated by Japan, its culture, and its cuisine, and its people.
And for that reason, I lived and worked in Japan for many years. That's where I was inspired to create Kappa Tea. Kappa Tea is a unique 0-calorie, 0-sugar, 0-sweetener iced tea. It's rich in antioxidants. It gives you natural energy, detoxifies, and can help control cholesterol. I'm sure that many of you share my frustration. Most drinks that we find are always very sweet, unhealthy, and artificial. But no longer. Kappa Tea has arrived in 3 different delicious flavors. We have matcha green tea for those who need an energy boost, jasmine green tea for those who want a moment of relaxation, and ginger oolong tea, our new flavor, if you want to burn some calories. Each flavor has its own health benefits and is a perfect refreshment to enjoy at any time of the day. So if you're ready to experience Japan, I invite you all to take the bullet train to stand 14, just here, and let's enjoy a cup of tea together.
Absolutely, there we are, ladies and gentlemen, hands together for cup of tea. Wonderful, keep that in your hand. Absolutely, bullet train, I actually came across a little bit earlier on, not on the bullet train, just walked there, and I tried some of this. You lived in Japan, right?
Yes, 3 years.
3 years, right. So a little piece of Japan, bringing it to Europe and to France as well. Okay, any questions at all that you'd like to ask now? I'll give you the microphone. Anybody at all? Or you're happy with what you've heard?
Yes.
You're happy with what you heard, absolutely. They're all happy with what they heard. You're happy as well. We can take the bullet train. You're just literally that one there. That's right, just over there.
Here.
Taste it and see for yourself how delightful it is. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Kappa Drinks. Well done. Right, we move on now to our next startup. So we went from It's Alive to J Joy to Kappa Drinks, Bullet Train as well, and we move over to a startup called Kokmansky. Is that right? Kokmansky. There we are. Green.
Hello. Hi there. My name is Arkadiusz. I am Aquafaba producer. This is a plant-based egg replacement for mayonnaise, dips, dressing, and it could be also used in confectionery industry. It could replace eggs in vegan cuisine. It will help people with egg allergy, and this is how to solve the main problem. Our solution is Aquafaba. This is a liquid produced during the process of cooking chickpeas from the Latin aqua, which is water, and faba, which is bean. So Aquafaba, the water that comes from process of cooking chickpeas. The market is growing, the plant-based substitute is growing, the group of flexitarians is increasing, so there is a high demand for the products for them. The opportunity we see is, of course, the Aquafaba, and we also have lots of chickpeas, cooked chickpeas, so we produce hummus. So it's not only Aquafaba, but it's also hummus, all produced in one production site. We also developed the line of vegan mayonnaise, aioli, dips, and it could prove that our Aquafaba works. We are present in retail. We sell to Auchan in Poland. We sell to Kaufland in Poland. We exist in Horeca, in B2B, and in e-commerce with domain of hummus.pl. We are ready to scale. We have internet domains for every country in the world. You can see it on the right side of the here. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, there we are, Kokmansky. Again, you're curious, you'd like to know more, but remember we have one more, just pop one more, there we are. I'll just do it. There we are. We've got the QR code here. After each of the pictures, we pop that on the screen. Again, scan that QR code and you can give your direct feedback, if you wish, to our startups who are pitching here on stage. Direct feedback, good feedback, negative feedback, whatever feedback you'd like to give. Anonymous, even if you wish as well, to our startups here on stage. Right, or right now, you could ask a question. You're curious, you'd like to know more. Now's the time to ask a question. I'll come around with a microphone if anybody has a question. Do you have a question, maybe? Intrigued? Like to challenge what you've heard? You disagree with what you've heard? No? All good? All happy? Yes, you are, and you're happy as well. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Koch Mansky Company. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Right, we move on now to our next startup. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for this startup called Elixir, sorry. There we are.
Hello.
Green button, green button.
Hello, everyone. I'm sure you know that good hydration is good for your health. Well, however, 70% of people do not drink the 1.5 liter daily recommendation from the public authorities. Why? Because they feel that the water is not tasty. And when they drink, people are looking for pleasure. But when they go to pleasure, they go to sugary solutions. And in all cases anyway, they go to plastic bottles that goes into waste. So at Elixir, we have developed and created a flavored water without sugar and without the plastic bottle, but with the full pleasure of a natural aroma developed in Grasse at a perfumer in the south of France. And we've complemented the recipe with vitamin B and C to enhance the benefits of daily good hydration. Simple, it's one tablet in 3 minutes in 75 centiliters of water, and you have a ready-to-drink flavored water. So at Elixir, we have a strong team. We have a huge market, very dynamic, the beverage market. And after 1 year of launch, we are super optimistic with the potential. So come and join us to develop and grow Elixir, your flavored water, without sugar and without plastic bottle. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Elixir. There we are. So flavored water without sugar or the plastic bottle. Right. Again, we just click one more time. Nope. I'll do that. Okay. Too late.
Yeah,
Boom,
no, I didn't.
boom, boom. There we are. So feedback.
Please.
Again, you got the QR code here. You want to give your feedback. Now is the time to scan this and share with us or share with our startup exactly how you feel about what you've just heard. Any questions at all? And I'll give you the microphone. Any question? No, nothing at all, which is okay. It's entirely
If you feel dizzy, you can come to stand 093 to have a drink.
If
Good
you
for
feel
your
dizzy,
vitality.
okay. Where are you exactly? That's a number. Where are you?
093.
Where is it though? Numbers mean nothing to us.
This way.
This way, over there. Go towards there. You'll be there as well, and also the drinks as well. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together once again for Elixir. Thank you so much. Pop it on there. There we go. This looks good. Not for me. Nothing. I've noticed that it's great. So everybody, don't we all love to taste stuff, right? Love to taste things, bite things, get things for free. So I'm more than happy. If you want to give me one of those bottles, I'll be more than happy. Nothing. Okay, never mind. Right. I will get one by the end of this week. I have to go over there to your stand first. Right, okay, I'll be there. Right, we move on now to our last startup of this session, really wrapping up our SIAL startup pitch, not competition, but showcase of these big ideas, really shaking up the food industry, as it were. Let's hear now from our last startup, known as King Factory.
Hi everyone. At King Factory, we create our own drinks. We know how difficult it is to create our drinks the last few years due to high raw materials prices, high logistics prices, and high energy costs. These are the problems that I just cited, but there is one simple solution. The solution is that thanks to our expertise and strategical partnership and location, we were able to reduce all the costs of production. This means reduce raw material cost optimization for packaging materials, reduction in delivery logistics, and reduced energy cost because we will be using green energy thanks to our good location. As you can see, all the indicators are in green for the next few years that are coming. So right now is the time to create your own product and your own drink. Thanks to our team that has more than 10 years of experience in this field, because before having our own factory, we had our own beverages, so we know what other businesses will face as problems. So that's why, thanks to our expertise and strategic partnerships, we know how to deal with everything and how to take care of your product. So thank you, everyone. We are just located here on the left side. If you want to come by and taste what we can do and see what we have to offer, I hope, just come there and we'll be happy to talk to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for King Factory. There we are, happy to talk to you, and there, hopefully you've convinced others to be happy to talk to you as well. Right, we'll open again up to our audience members. If you have a question, now's the time. I'll give you the microphone. There must be one. Hopefully there'll be one. Maybe not. I don't think there is. There's nobody who wants to, but that's okay.
This means I did a good job.
Maybe. Don't bet on that. However, it maybe. But here's the thing. Again, we've got the QR code here. Not that one. Boom, 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 boom. Never mind. It's not there. Anyway, thank you so much for our last pitch there. King Factory. Wonderful. Well done. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. We've come to... That's it. That's the end of our first day of SIAL Startup 2024. SIAL Pitch, all about these ideas, shaking up the industry. We've tasted things, we've drank things, we've explored things, we've had lots of conversations as well. Well, guess what? If you've enjoyed even just a little bit today of what we've done here in this part of this enormous trade show event here in Paris, guess what? We're going to do it all again tomorrow, kicking off at 10:30 in the morning. So more pitching, more big ideas, more debates, discussion in our panel discussions as well. So we've got all that to come, day number 2 here at SIAL 2024. So again, enjoy your day, whatever you do, and we'll see you back here hopefully at some stage during tomorrow. SIAL Startup, SIAL Pitch 2024.